troops.
President Trump says the U.S. is close to making a deal with Iran, now more than a week into a 2-week ceasefire deal.
It's going to be a deal with no nuclear weapons. If there's no deal, fighting resume.
Meanwhile, President Trump announced Israel and Lebanon, including Hezbollah, have agreed to a 10-day ceasefire starting Thursday.
Very nice little package for about a week. And we're not going to have lots of bombs dropping.
He says both Israel and Lebanon's leaders are invited to the White House for talks over the next week or two.
We're going to have a meeting, first time in 44 years.
But without a clear resolution to the war, Democrats in Congress are pushing measures to limit U.S. military action in Iran without congressional approval.
The Constitution grants the Congress, not the president, the power to declare war.
A war powers resolution in the House failed Thursday.
The concurrent resolution is not adopted.
A similar resolution failed in the Senate Wednesday as Republicans say they support the president's operation.
A nuclear-armed Iran would be a huge threat to the future of Americans.
President Trump says the next meeting with Iran could take place as soon as this weekend. Maddie Beertemple, News Nation, Washington.
Time is now 6:16. The price of fertilizer continues to rise, and it's causing some big problems for farmers and even leading to growing concerns about the affordability of food. Fertilizer is currently sitting around $700 per metric ton. Now, that's up more than 30% since the start of the war in Iran. That's according to market intel. Farmers say that it's reaching a breaking point. A new survey released by the American Farm Bureau Federation found that 70% of farmers say they cannot afford to buy enough fertilizer to get them through the year. 94% of farmers who took that same survey reported worsened financial situations since last year. They blamed skyrocketing fertilizer and fuel costs. The group also warns that some farmers may cut back on fertilizer use or acreage, which then could impact future food supply.
The price of fuel, fertilizer increasing with things going on in the other parts of the world. The price of the commodity and the price of the expenses, we can't keep up. And it's getting harder and harder just to try to make it.
The American Farm Bureau Federation called the new survey that they shared with leaders in Washington a warning light. Federal leaders questioned Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins yesterday in response to that warning. Earlier this week, Rollins said that the Trump administration had opened up lines of fertilizer from Venezuela to come into the country. Yesterday, Rollins promised her department was looking into other ways to help solve the ongoing issue. But that's not the only issue that officials are facing. The Department of Agriculture says the number of cattle in the national herd is at 86 million. That's the lowest amount in more than 75 years. While raising more cows could help combat supply and demand issues over time, many ranchers say that a host of economic and environmental challenges remain in their way. They add that it's hard for some to handle the livestock they currently have.
All right, 6:18 here on our Friday. Let's bring in meteorologist Ted Payton as we have a beautiful start to our day. And Ted, you weren't lying. It got really warm yesterday.
Yeah, it got really warm. It got into the upper 80s. We hit 88 degrees, and today looks like we're going to be doing the same thing. Okay. Beautiful sunrise on the way here from our Arlington camera. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace this Friday over Independence Boulevard with winds nice and calm. Temperatures in the low 60s. Mid-50s, Boone and Jefferson. Upper 50s, low 60s, I-40 corridor with low 60s for Charlotte. We're in the upper 80s, near 90 degrees around the Queen City. Mid-70s, Boone and Jefferson. Feeling that warmth and that heat that settles in, stretching all the way west toward Little Rock, Arkansas, eastern Texas. More of the below normal temperatures out west as that dip in the jet stream will usher in the below normal conditions from the Dakotas into Texas heading into your Saturday. We stay above normal in that orange shading for the eastern United States. As a matter of fact, I expect us to hit 90 degrees for Saturday. That's anywhere from 10 to 15 degrees above what we normally see this time of year. That echoes even further north with Sunday ushering in your rain chances as that moisture increases and a cold front brings down those temperatures heading into your Sunday. So clouds and radar shows our current setup, mostly clear conditions. We'll have the light cloud cover over our mountain counties. Winds light out of the west, giving us a little bit of an increased fire risk for your afternoon. Burn ban in effect for North and South Carolina here heading into your Friday. Still looking at sunshine all afternoon. Some thin clouds rolling in here and there. will rebound into what will be, again, the upper 80s, near 90 degrees for Saturday. Rain can start in our mountain county Saturday evening before tapering off overnight. It's Sunday that I'm watching from the morning into the afternoon, bringing us the rain chances as cooler temperatures settle in behind that cold front, giving us some of those 40s and 50s early in the morning for your Monday as we head into next week. Anywhere from 1/100 of an inch, maybe 1/10 of an inch in some spots, but not a lot of rain forecasted from this. Overnight lows will settle in the low 60s, mid to upper 50s. Drought conditions continue through the weekend. I'm looking at 70s for Sunday, low 70s Monday. Then a gradual warming trend gets us back into the 80s Wednesday and Thursday of next week. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City. A little cloudy there to start their day. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. A good portion of Americans believe the American dream is still possible, and more high school graduates are pursuing a 2-year degree over the 4-year college path. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too, Annie. And futures are up again. So Dow's putting up 160 points or so. We were higher yesterday. And in fact, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ finished at fresh record highs. Well, more high school graduates are considering community college over a 4-year school. For the first time, students ages 18 to 20 represented the largest share of first-time associate degree earners. That's according to a report from the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center. The cost of a college education and the changing job market making community college more appealing for some. And more than half of people still believe the American dream is possible for those who want it, but optimism varied depending on demographics. Now, the survey found 61% of Hispanic respondents believe the American dream is still achievable today, compared to 55% of non-Hispanic Americans. The study was conducted by Talker Research and commissioned by National Debt Relief for Financial Literacy Month, and it explored how Americans, particularly Hispanic like Americans to find financial stability. Annie, back to you.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting, Jane. I think that people tend to be so negative about the economy, but when you think about it, I mean, you have to continue that optimism or else, you know, what's the point?
Sometimes hope is all you have,
Yes,
right? Like,
exactly.
It what propels us forward. So, yeah. You know, I
also-
think people are discouraged by the high cost of housing.
Yeah.
That's one thing. So if they can fix, you know, that would be helpful.
That would be very helpful. Okay, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Hopefully things get a little bit better in that regard. Jane, thank you so much. We will see you in our 8 o'clock hour. You're watching Queen City News. As we take a break, here's a live look over Independence Boulevard. The most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The heat sticks around as upper 80s return for your Friday. We hit 88 degrees yesterday, even can touch 90 degrees heading into the weekend. I'll let you know when we cool things down coming up.
A push in Columbia to prevent adding school days for some Fort Mill students. The lawmakers who say students should not be punished after canceled classes due to Silfab solar chemical spills.
North Carolina lawmakers are grilling State Attorney General Jeff Jackson. Their questions about how his office handles Medicaid fraud and abuse.
Coming up on 6:30 on your Friday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday, everyone. Julian is on special assignment today. Ted, as Andy mentioned earlier, is also on a special assignment to give you multiple ways to stay cool the next few days.
Yeah, AC. That's one.
A lake.
I like that one.
A lake, yeah, lake.
Okay.
Or I don't know, the pools aren't open quite yet, but if
Yeah.
you have your own pool and you were ahead of the season, I guess you could.
Invite us
Oh,
over.
You know, yeah.
There's that. Yeah.
Have us over. But anything you can do to stay cool. Don't run the sprinklers or whatnot because you want to limit your water consumption as we are looking at those drought conditions still impacting the Carolinas. Burn ban in effect for North and South Carolina. So keep that in mind. Sun coming up over the horizon. Beautiful look from our tower camera. We hit 88 degrees yesterday. Mid-70s is our average highs that we typically see this time of year. Starting off with low 60s, calm winds heading out the door. on this Friday. That lands us 2 to 4 degrees below where we were this time yesterday. Low 60s, upper 50s rather, around the Queen City, with our 60s still taking hold through the I-40 corridor, mid to upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson. Daytime planner, we hold on to those clear skies, lots of sunshine, mid 70s on your 10 o'clock hour, getting into the upper 80s near 90 degrees, peak heating hours of the day, but still falling short of 90 with a mix of sun and clouds expected. West wind anywhere from 5 to 8 miles per hour. I'm looking at your backyard grilling forecast, looking at those near 90 degrees heading into this evening. Overnight lows settle into the 60s early morning, so another mild start with highs rebounding to near 90 degrees on Saturday. There's the cool down, 70s on Sunday with a cold front bringing rain chances to the Carolinas. It's getting below our normal high of 74 degrees with pollen still a little bit on the high end as we head into the weekend. Oak, birch, juniper, still looking at that high pollen count all the way heading into what will be your Sunday and into Monday. Mountain counties go from the 70s into the low 80s, settling back into the 50s Sunday into early next week for the higher elevations. I'll break down more of that setup here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. The USDA has named 82 counties in North Carolina as disaster areas because of the drought. Governor Stein announced that new designation, but didn't specify which counties it applies to. All of North Carolina is under some degree of drought. Farmers in those 82 counties can now apply for emergency loan assistance and other disaster relief programs. You can learn more about that by visiting farmers.gov. This unusual stretch of heat could drive up power bills come May. A Duke Energy spokesperson says air conditioning is a big factor in summer energy use. One hot day usually isn't a problem, but with these days stacking up, prices also start to go up. Officials say there are payment plans for anyone struggling with higher than expected bills. Staying on top of that breaking news this morning, medic is responding to a shooting in North Charlotte. It happened just before 5 o'clock on Chalkstone Road. That's just off of Reams Road near I-77. Still unclear if there are any injuries, but medic says it is an active scene right now. We're working to get more information for you, and we'll keep you updated throughout the morning here on air and online at QCnews.com. An Amber Alert has been issued for a missing teen out of Morehead City. Morehead City police are looking for 13-year-old Olivia Nicole Kimbrough. She's about 5 feet tall, weighing 125 pounds. Kimbrough has faded pink hair and green eyes, and she was last seen wearing a black shirt and black pants. Officers say they don't know the identity of the person that she's seen with here, but you can see them in these photos. He's described as a man about 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing 200 pounds. The two are believed to be in a white Chevy Equinox. Kimbrough was last seen at a Dollar Tree in Havelock after leaving her middle school. If you have any information, you are asked to call police.
All right, 6:33. Let's get you updated here. If you're headed out the door, pinpoint traffic this morning. Still pretty light volume. Officially, rush hour won't be till 7, and Friday's lighter than normal. Right now, we got one issue when we look around the Crown. One issue on 85 northbound. One lane blocked, right lane blocked if you're trying to get up towards I-77. Not causing any major delays just because of light volume. But it's right up there near Brookshire Boulevard. Backed up a little bit to the Glenwood Drive exit, but nothing too big this morning. We're seeing volume out west build on 85 north, about 15 minutes. But that is typical for this time of day. Hearing there might be a disabled vehicle right in the heart of Uptown at I-77 and the John Belk Freeway. That's what we're looking at right there. That could be part of that slowdown that's underneath the ramp right there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let's show you the 77-85 interchange. Beautiful shot here, isn't it, of NCDOT. There are cameras there. That's 85 traffic trying to merge onto I-77, working their way into Uptown. Let's take you up near Concord Mills Mall. This is 85 southbound. Those right 5 lanes there coming down from Cabarrus County this morning. Let's take you up north. Isn't this beautiful? Man, coming down from Cornelius on I-77 southbound. The traffic on the right looking great this morning. Other side of I-77 near Carowinds, not too bad this morning, so that's actually really good. Keep your speed in check so you don't kick off your weekend with the speeding ticket. We'll give you another update at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. South Carolina lawmakers trying to keep Flint Hill Elementary students from doing virtual classes on Saturdays. This is all to make up time lost because of the leaks at the Silfab Solar facility. Queen City News reporter Matt Still takes a look at the proposal and the district's response.
I'm sorry that they were unfortunately put in this situation. It's the unfortunate gift that keeps on giving.
To keep Flint Hill Elementary students from having to do virtual learning on back-to-back Saturdays later this month, York County State Representative David Martin says he's filed a joint resolution in the South Carolina State House. It would allow the Fort Mill School Board to waive those 2 days students missed back in March when their school was evacuated because of leaks at the nearby Silfab solar plant.
So we're going to vote on it first thing on Tuesday. To be honest, I don't know if I can get it past the House, the Senate, and to the governor by that first Saturday, but going to do my best to see how fast we can get it moved.
Flint Hill parent Amy Myers is hoping that can happen quickly.
Saturday is a sacred family time. My kids have sports, they have other obligations, and I just don't think it's fair.
As of now, the plan approved by the board is for students to do virtual learning on April 25th and May 2nd to make up for their lost days. Myers hasn't decided if her kindergartner will be logged in those Saturdays.
Why should he have to sacrifice, and why should all the kids at Flint Hill have to sacrifice their family and friend time and their rest?
Fort Mill school officials tell us they understand the frustration from families. They call this situation extraordinary, and if there were better options, they'd use them.
If you don't have 180 days accounted for students, that could put the academic year in jeopardy of counting for those students.
Burke tells us district leaders appreciate Martin's efforts in Columbia and hope that it can all get worked out before next weekend.
We want to weigh that need for the instruction with the disruption to our families and our community.
Is there going to be another leak, which leads to closing down the school, which leads to missing the school day and then having to do another Saturday? It just seems like there's no end in sight.
In Fort Mill, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Representative Martin tells us that his proposed bill would allow South Carolina counties to strip the permits from companies who are not operating as they are zoned, which targets Silfab Solar. It is still pending in a House committee. Students at some North Carolina school districts could get an unexpected day off on May 1st as teachers plan to rally in the state capitol. The State Association of Educators is planning a mass march in Raleigh to push for school funding. Chatham County school officials canceled May 1st classes after hundreds of call-out requests from teachers. Other North Carolina districts are monitoring their call-out numbers for that same date. It will be the first mass teacher rally in the Capitol since 2019.
North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson is defending how his office investigates and cracks down on Medicaid fraud and abuse. As Dina Harley reports, his testimony comes as state lawmakers are debating health care funding.
Our goal is simple: a well-defined, well-managed Medicaid program that serves those who truly need care and spends wisely enough to be sustainable.
3 hours of testimony inside of the General Assembly on Thursday as lawmakers grill Attorney General Jeff Jackson and Dr. Dev Sangvi with the Department of Health and Human Services on Medicaid fraud and abuse.
We have zero interest in wasting taxpayer dollar. Whether it's state dollar or federal dollar, we want to make sure we're getting maximum value for that dollar.
As lawmakers approach their short session and consider how much funding to set aside for the Medicaid rebase, they're questioning how fraud and abuse are investigated and prosecuted.
We must ask, how many millions are being lost to waste, fraud, or abuse before a single case is opened?
Dr. Sangvi testified to how the Medicaid system works when someone is accused of fraud or abuse.
2025, we referred 126 cases to the AG's office.
For enforcement?
For review.
Saying they're often still technically in the system while they're investigated. Attorney General Jackson testified how his office also investigates reports and what punishments are on the table. He said one of the biggest challenges is some cases getting moved to federal court, which can delay results.
There are real penalties under federal law for this. And frankly, under state law, there are not. I'm not sure the rationale for that, but I talked to my team about it, and they weren't sure either. And if they don't know, and to your point, Representative, they're the national leaders, that tells me there probably is not a good reason.
He also assured lawmakers that his office wants to fully cooperate with any oversight.
Every dollar misused is a dollar not spent on a child with autism, a senior needing care, or a patient waiting for treatment.
We welcome the oversight. I think this is really healthy. I brought my son, he's in 5th grade, because he's learning about checks and balances. And I told him about this, and he asked if he could come. We are not only in the business of delivering accountability, we are in the business of subjecting ourselves to it.
And that was Dina Harley reporting. Some Democrats say when the General Assembly's short session begins, a budget and Medicaid funding should be the very top priorities. Right now, lawmakers will convene next week, but there are no votes on bills on their calendar. We're going to go back to this breaking news that we told you about earlier this morning. Now we have a live look at the scene where Medic and Charlotte police are responding to a shooting on the north side of the city. It happened just before 5 o'clock on Chalkstone Road. That's just off of Reams Road near I-77. It's unclear if there are any injuries. Medic says that it's an active scene right now and you see several police cruisers there. We're working to learn more details still, and we will bring you all of the updated information here on air throughout the morning.
Well, one of the top stories of the weekend, the Hornets are down in Florida prepping for their final game in this year's play-in series. The push from team leaders to make their latest playoff run. Go Hornets. You're watching Queen City News on this Friday morning. Happy Friday, everyone. We'll be right back. It is 6:44. Welcome back, everyone. The Hornets are down in Orlando for a chance to make it to the playoffs for the first time in a decade.
Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey breaks it all down for us in our morning sports.
Only one thing stands in the way of the Charlotte Hornets punching their ticket to the playoffs for the first time in a decade, and that is the Orlando Magic. But the question is, do you believe in magic? Well, the Hornets sure don't, or hopefully they don't. The Hornets are buzzing on down to Orlando in the final stage of the play-in tournament to take on the Orlando Magic to battle it out for the 8th seed on the east side of the bracket. The Hornets won the season series with the Magic, but both teams had hot spells during the season, but it all comes down to a do-or-die game at the Kia Center on Friday night.
The focus would be, just staying together. We know we're going into some crazy atmospheres. So just, being with each other, play for each other, and we'll be good. It's a familiarity because you do play each other so many times, but the thing that you have to continue to adjust, especially in a game like this where it's just like a winner take all. I know that they're going to throw out a bunch of adjustments or whatever the game calls for. I think that both teams are willing to do that.
And the Hornets announced yesterday that Moussa Diabate is questionable for the game against Orlando tonight. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. The injury report says he is dealing with left hip soreness. Diabate is coming off an 8 points, 14 rebound game in Charlotte's first game against Miami on Tuesday. And we'll have full coverage from Orlando tonight. We are live from the Kia Center starting at 6:30 for pregame. Then at 11, we'll have postgame analysis, interviews, hopefully celebration, and more.
Hornets survive, and they live to see another day.
That's a winning play right there. Hive on three. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, man. Let's hope we're all losing our voice by tomorrow morning, right? How can you not fall in love with the Hornets after a game like Tuesday night's down to the buzzer? The Hornets won with a last-second bucket against the Miami Heat. Now, prepping for their next playing game tonight against the Orlando Magic. Now, if you're looking for a new team to root for, it's the perfect time to jump on the bandwagon and cheer for our Hornets.
That's right. But if you want to fully enjoy this ride, there are some basics that you're going to want to know about. Maybe start a conversation at a watch party. So a lot of the hype comes from these two. That's LaMelo Ball and Con Knippel. On the left side of your screen, that's LaMelo Ball. He's played 6 seasons for the Hornets with an average of 20.8 points every game that he has played. Con Knippel on the right side of your screen, well, he is the team's rookie all-star. The former Duke Blue Devil started the year off hot, making a name for himself in the NBA. Some other big names to watch out for include forwards Miles Bridges and Brandon Miller.
And some other minor fan information to know that if you've never been to a Hornets game before, be sure to wear teal or purple. They play inside the Spectrum Center, which of course us locals call the Hive. And make sure to be on the lookout for the one and only mascot, Hugo the Hornet. Now you're up to date and a super fan.
That's right. And be sure to say hi to him and give him a high five. Well, every lap hits different at Kansas Speedway as NASCAR heads to KCK this weekend. Intense racing gets underway tomorrow with the Tide Kansas Lottery 300 truck race. And of course, you can't forget about the main event, the Advent Health 400 Cup race. That gets underway Sunday afternoon. Plus, there's a hurricane coming through and it's heading right for Kansas. Look who's in Garage Confidential this week. Driver of the number 77 for Spire Motorsports, the always controversial, always ready Carson Hocevar. We'll talk about his recent string of success and if he cares about what anyone else thinks of him. Carson Hocevar this week on Around the Track.
We are less than 1 week out from the NFL draft, which means we'll finally see what General Manager Dan Morgan and company have up their sleeves. It all depends on who's available when that first round pick comes around. We've also seen Carolina bring in a handful of guys this offseason for pre-draft interviews, which helps the front office plan for any scenarios that could happen when the pick at 19 comes around. Getting to know as much about the players during their visits is important for Morgan.
Getting to know guys, myself, Coach Canales, Brant, our scouting staff, like when we're talking through guys, I feel like if you're going to miss on a guy, you're going to miss because you don't know the guy. You don't know what he's about from a personal character standpoint, and you don't know what he's about from a football standpoint. So we want to find out as much as we can about these guys as possible. Understand how passionate they are about the game, what they do, what they like to do away from the game, like where are they spending their time away from the facility.
All right, here's a quick crash course with the draft coming up. Panthers have a pick in every single round except for round 7. They have 2 picks in round 5. Now, everyone knows about the 19th overall pick. That, of course, will be in the first round. Round 2, pick number 51. Round 3, 83rd. Round 4 will be number 119. The round 5 picks are back-to-back at number 158 and 159. Lucky number 200 is the final pick of the books for now. So excited to see who we get and who is moving here to the Queen City. So many people traveling here all the time, in and out, Ted.
Yeah.
Weather plays a vital role in folks coming through the Queen City.
Yeah, welcome to North Carolina. We promise it's not always this hot. We are going to be climbing into the upper 80s, low 60s. Winds are calm heading out the door. We look at a nice calm afternoon as those winds just come out of the west, anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. And I'm looking at the mid to upper 50s from Gastonia into Lincolnton, low 60s Rock Hill into Charlotte, mid to upper 50s Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at upper 80s, near 90 degrees around the Queen City. 70s on tap for Boone and Jefferson. Zooming out, that heat stretches out west with 80s from eastern Texas into Little Rock, Arkansas. Much cooler for the northwest as that dip in the jet stream pulls in below normal temperatures, indicated by that blue heading into your Saturday. We'll stay above normal. Orange over the eastern United States from Louisiana into Florida, Carolinas, and up through New York. We'll even look at what will be potential record-breaking heat for parts of the mid-Atlantic into the northeast, and well above normal for your Saturday, hitting 90 degrees as that moisture increases come Sunday, courtesy of a cold front bringing in some cooler temperatures second half of the weekend. So taking a look, we hold on to just some thin cloud cover over the I-40 corridor. Light winds out of the west gives us a slight increase for your fire risk this afternoon, mostly east towards Raleigh, Fayetteville, and into Greenville, but still looking at those dry conditions. Burn ban in effect for North and South Carolina, mostly clear and sunny for your Friday heading into the weekend. So we'll bring the heat again Saturday before that cold front approaches from the north and west. Low end rain chance for our higher elevations heading into Saturday afternoon and evening. Then the cold front passes, giving us rain from our mountain counties into uptown. Sunday, much cooler, only peaking in the 70s to finish out the weekend after we get what could be maybe 1/100 of an inch to 1/10 of an inch at best. So not enough to alleviate drought conditions. Overnight lows settle into the 60s and 50s into your early morning hours on Saturday. 70s finish off the weekend, kicks off the work week before 80s return Wednesday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
We often joke about being allergic to the office, but researchers say it's a real thing. It's called sick building syndrome. That's when people experience a cluster of symptoms that appear only when they're inside certain buildings and they ease once they leave. And we're talking about sneezing, coughing, itchy skin, headaches, dizziness, fatigue, nausea, and brain fog. I think we have all those. Experts link those to poor ventilation, mold or dust, chemical fumes from furniture and cleaners, excess humidity, fluorescent lighting, lack of sunlight, and pest control toxins. According to studies, women appear to be affected more often than men.
I believe this.
We all agree with you wholeheartedly.
In my first market, eyes would water immediately.
Yeah.
It was a very old building. I don't trust like the health code of it, but eyes would water, sneezing, all of that. But then sometimes like when I'm here, like I'm itchy.
I feel that. I saw a crazy
TMI, but I get itchy.
Yeah, it happens.
About 50% of buildings are water damaged, and that leads to the mold. That,
Ew.
and like, so it's a very invasive process to kind of like eradicate mold.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you have a new building like in the last 10 years, I think there's something everyone wants changed about where they work, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And then a lot of times you just don't want to be there. So then you're like, I'm allergic to this place. We don't have any windows except around the exterior of the building. So in the studio, I mean, it's dark for us
We have
almost
no
8
idea
hours.
what it looks like outside except for the cameras.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things where we're just like, yeah, we're allergic to work.
Just like cascades.
100%.
You have the pollen once you walk out the door.
Yes.
When you get to work, if it's an older building, there's the mold. And then if you're not wanting to be there, it's just like layers on top of layers.
I know.
I don't know where the itchiness comes from, though.
I'm not really sure about that. Sick building syndrome, I guess.
I think you're right. I think we need a 4-day work week. That's what I think. Just to take care of our allergies and our health. Look at that beautiful sunrise. Happy Friday, everyone. We will be right back.
We're turning up the heat yet again with upper 80s on tap for this Friday, 90s through Saturday, but a big cool down's on the way, coming with some rain chances, very much needed. I'll break that down here coming up.
Persistent complaints about the smell and taste of the water in Kings Mountain. What's happening next after the city's water expert leaves his post?
The Charlotte Hornets are counting down to tip-off in Orlando tonight. How the team's gearing up for the Magic and a possible trip to the NBA playoffs.
City News starts now.
It is 7 o'clock. Good Friday morning, everyone. Hope you're having a great start to your day. Thanks for watching Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador is on special assignment today.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we will be ramping up into the upper 80s. Another warm afternoon, very warm. I should just say hot by
Let's just skip over warm.
Yeah.
We'll hit 90s on Saturday, but big cool down comes through Sunday. Not enough rain to alleviate our drought conditions, but we'll take any drops that we can get.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's some good news, Ted. Hopefully
Yeah.
we'll have some more heavy rain in the near future, but we can't see that far.
Yeah, can't see that far. We do have some rain chances coming back into Wednesday and Thursday of next week. That's relatively low end, but still looking around the ground, dry conditions continue. Sun's up over the horizon, really brightening things up. It's going to get to work, too, as we sit on the mild side early this morning, 60s and 50s, ramping up into the upper 80s peak heating hours of the day. So yesterday hit 88 degrees. Right now, looking at your tower camera, holding on to those low 60s with calm winds, ramping up into the above normal range as we head into the peak heating hours of the day, despite starting off slightly cooler south and east of Uptown, 2 to 5 degrees cooler Monroe and Wadesboro. We're on the low end for the low 60s for Rock Hill, for parts of Hickory into Statesville, Boone and Jefferson in the upper 50s. We have the sunshine dominating before 80s take hold late morning hours. That's how fast it's going to warm up. I'm looking at upper 80s near 90 degrees peak heating hours of the day. Winds come out of the west anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour with a mix of sun and clouds. I'll break down more of what our overall setup looks like and our drought conditions with a glimpse at our next chance of rain coming up in the next 5 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Speaking of those dry conditions, Charlotte officials asking people now connected to the city's water system to be conscious of how much water they're using. They're implementing voluntary water restrictions due to the drought conditions in both Carolinas. Charlotte and other communities using the Catawba River are asking people to limit watering and irrigation to Tuesdays and Saturdays and only do it at night. More than 2 million people use water from the Catawba River Basin.
Back to that breaking news this morning. Here is a live look at the scene in the north part of Charlotte. Medic and Charlotte police, as you can see, are responding to a shooting on the north side of the city. It happened just before 5 o'clock on Chalkstone Road. That's just off of Reams Road near I-77. It's unclear if there are any injuries. Medic says, and as you can see, it is an active scene right now, but we are told from our crews there that the scene is starting to clear. We're still working to learn more details about what exactly happened, and we'll bring you those updates here on air and on our website. An Amber Alert has been issued for a missing teen out of Morehead City. Morehead City police are looking for 13-year-old Olivia Nicole Kimbrough. She's about 5 feet tall and weighs 125 pounds. She has faded pink hair and green eyes and was last seen wearing a black t-shirt and black pants. Officers say they don't know the identity of this person here on your screen, but he's described as a man about 5 feet tall, or 5 feet 6 inches tall, and weighing about 200 pounds. The two are believed to be in a white Chevrolet Equinox. Kimbrough was last seen at a Dollar Tree in Havelock after leaving her middle school. If you have any information, you are asked to call police.
Tap water quality in Kings Mountain is slowly improving after months of complaints from residents.
But the man the city hired to improve that quality is leaving after less than 8 months on the job.
City leaders hired William Nash last year to correct persistent problems. People had complained for months about it tasting dirty and moldy.
Queen City News reporter David Schumann looks at what's next for what comes out of the tap.
Whatever he was working on was working.
People in Kings Mountain have noticed the improvement to their water. At 238 Cherokee Grill, employees say they haven't gotten complaints about the earthy dirt taste or odor since late last year. Residents say the changes haven't reached every neighborhood.
To me, it has like a fishy smell.
You don't drink it? No. But William Nash was working on it. Nash, though, will no longer be the city's water resource director, resigning less than 7 months after he was hired. A city spokesperson tells Queen City News the job came with public pressure Nash wasn't used to, and the city will miss him. Kings Mountain leaders have always maintained the water's been safe to drink, but the question now is what's next for the quality issues.
Kind of makes me feel like I'm going to start hearing more complaints.
North Carolina's Department of Environmental Quality did an inspection here at the water treatment facility last week. They noted several improvements the city's made, saying all state requirements have been met, but the report also had concerns moving forward. The state officials wrote there are only 3 certified operators remaining at the plant, as the city's, quote, struggling with staffing shortages. In fact, 8 water-related job openings are currently posted on the Kings Mountain website, including Nash's.
That's very concerning. How long is it going to take before they find the people to fill it?
In a statement, a spokesperson says, our citizens will not see any change in the water quality due to William Nash's resignation. Our water treatment plant will continue to run effectively with a qualified team. We're actively recruiting and interviewing skilled and qualified prospects. For some people in town, it may not matter.
Some people, they only give you 1 or 2 chances, and if you haven't got it fixed, then they're forever going to be bottled water.
What would have to happen for you to, take the filter off and be like, we don't need this anymore?
Not live in Kings Mountain.
In Kings Mountain, David Schumann, Queen City News.
The head of Immigration and Customs Enforcement is resigning from the post hours after testifying before Congress. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons will leave at the end of May. Lyons reportedly told officials that he wants to spend more time with his family. He was one of the key people in President Trump's immigration enforcement and deportation campaign. All right, switching gears now, the Hornets are just 1 win away.
Count them, 1. A victory tonight over the Orlando Magic will send the team into the NBA playoffs for the first time in a decade.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live in South End ahead of the do or die game tonight. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. It's win and you're in for the Hornets tonight. They've got one matchup as LaMelo Ball and company take the hardwood here tonight in Orlando. It's just, again, 1 match away. Now, there's going to be watch parties here all across the Carolinas, including one here in South End at Slate. More on details on that in just a minute. Now, with all of the energy that we have going into tonight, and as exciting, absolutely thrilling of a game as Tuesday was, it could be pretty easy to forget this is still the play-in tournament. An opening act for the main event, if you will. The winner of the Heat Magic matchup enters the playoffs as an 8 seed, and they'll start a 7-game series with the Pistons on Sunday. Hornets beat Orlando in 3 out of the 4 meetings during the regular season this year, so head coach Charles Lee says they'll have to make some more adjustments in order to throw the Magic off their rhythm.
It's a familiarity because you do play each other so many times. But the thing that you have to continue to adjust, especially in a game like this where it's just like a winner take all, I know that they're going to throw out a bunch of adjustments or whatever the game calls for. I think that both teams are willing to do that.
The Hornets official watch party, that is tonight at Slate. The South End Bar sits just off of Bland Street, steps away from the Bland Street light rail stop, as you can hear behind me right now. The party starts at 7 o'clock, just 30 minutes before tip-off. Members of the Hive Entertainment team, they'll have prizes and giveaways, and fans can even watch the game alongside the mascot, Hugo the Hornet. He'll be watching people during the game. Now, leaders also wanting people to take advantage of this Friday and gear up. Wear their teal, wear their purple. I've been in my purple all week long. And they say if you need a little bit of extra swag, they're going to keep the team store open inside the Spectrum Center from 11 until 6 o'clock both today and tomorrow. Reporting live in South End, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thanks. 7:08 this morning. And for folks heading out and about, if they're wearing their teal and purple, maybe the short sleeves would be appropriate as we ramp up into the upper 80s. A little bit of the cloud cover getting eaten up by our western-facing slopes, starting to roll into the Carolinas. We'll see a mix of sun and clouds today while we keep that heat coming all across the eastern United States. More of the cool conditions towards the Pacific Northwest. That dip in the jet stream pulling in the cold air out of Canada while we have the warmth coming out of the Gulf right into the Carolinas, playing into some big deviations from normal and more in the way of the hot conditions through the Ohio Valley region, Michigan, up through the Northeast into New York and parts of the Carolinas. We'll get into the upper 80s today, near 90 degrees come Saturday. So water vapor satellite imagery shows some thin cloud cover overhead. I'm looking at what will be the dry conditions, anywhere from level 3 to level 4 out of 5 for those drought conditions as radar stays nice and quiet. Not going to be impacting your morning commute. I'll keep an eye on what we could expect here through the weekend with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. We told you rush hour typically starts around 7. That is the case, although you wouldn't know it by looking at our map here. Pinpoint traffic's light typically on Fridays, so we will take it. I love it. We had an earlier accident, 85 North near Brookshire Boulevard. That is cleared, so we are flowing freely now, which is nice. A little bit of volume out west on 85 North. That's typical, a little over half an hour to get from Gastonia to 485. But if you're coming down from Lake Norman or up from Rock Hill, you guys are in good shape. Let's show you a couple different cameras around the Queen City. Courtesy of NCDOT. Great shot here. This is 85 traffic merging onto I-77, headed to Uptown. You can see the buildings to the top left. Let's take you out. I hope you've got sunglasses. If you're coming in from Gaston County, sitting in that traffic, oh, look at that sun. I mean, blinding you right through the windshield. So you're used to that if you're coming into that stretch every morning. Other side of 85. You got the opposite. You're coming down from Concord Mills Mall, Kannapolis, Cabarrus County. You guys are looking good. Coming down from Lake Norman, beautiful start to the day. The traffic on the right is coming down from Lake Norman and Iredell County. Good morning to you guys. Near Carowinds, near the North-South Carolina state line, all 8 lanes of traffic looking good. Good morning to the folks in Union County, Indian Trail, the Independence 74 bypass. Looking good. And here's your drive times from the other side of the city. So all in all, we like it. We love it. Just don't be distracted today. We'll give you another update of traffic coming up around 7:30. Annie?
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the hot seat defending his agency's performance. But even many Trump voters say they're not happy with the results. That story's just ahead. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Check out the sun peeking between the buildings in Uptown.
(7:14). Welcome back. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. continues to defend his department's budget. This in the first half of a dozen hearings taking place on Capitol Hill. Over the next week, Kennedy will defend his first year as the health secretary. Thursday's hearing with the House Ways and Means Committee focused on new dietary guidelines and drug price negotiations. Democrats took the opportunity to grill Kennedy on many issues, including the surge in vaccine-preventable diseases and changes to environmental health. Republicans are focused on positive changes with rural health care.
How important is it that Americans take control of their own health, Mr. Secretary?
It's the only thing that's going to actually get us healthy again. We have to make, as Vern said, every American the CEO of their own health. We have to give them control.
I agree with the goal of moving from a sick care system to a true health care system focused on prevention. And prevention starts with the basics: clean air, clean water, and reducing exposures to toxins.
The White House says it wants to slash the HHS budget and other federal health agencies by more than 12% next year. However, the extent of any funding cuts will be up to Congress. Kennedy is set to testify before the House Energy and Commerce Committee next Tuesday. He'll then have back-to-back hearings with the Senate Finance and Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committees on Wednesday. A recent poll found many American voters are skeptical of the administration's Make America Healthy Again campaign. According to a poll from Public First, 41% of people who voted for Trump say that MAHA is falling short, and they don't believe the administration is doing enough to make the country healthier. Compare that to 40% of Trump voters who say the Make America Healthy Again movement is working. The Public First survey polled 3,851 voters all across the country.
President Trump is adding to his long list of construction projects with the addition of a large arch in the center of Washington. The United States Triumphal Arch would be built to help commemorate America's 250th birthday. The concept and design was presented to a key federal agency for review and approval yesterday. Renderings feature a Lady Liberty-like figure on top with wings, flanked by two soaring eagles. Guarding the base are 4 lions, all in gold. But the arch is already getting a lot of pushback. A group of veterans and historians filed a lawsuit attempting to block construction, saying it will obstruct sightlines.
Next story, which is above the entablature, features the inscription "One Nation Under God," and on the opposite side will feature "Liberty and Justice for All."
We are here to express our horror at the monstrous 250-foot tall vanity arch which Trump plans to build at Memorial Circle. This arch will dwarf everything around it. This is an insane proposal, and we are here to say no.
President Trump is also proposing to paint the Eisenhower Executive Office building and build an underground screening center for White House visitors. The president also still working on building the ballroom meant to replace the east wing of the White House. A federal judge halted construction of the project earlier this month. However, it restarted last week. The $400 million project involves a 90,000 square foot ballroom designed to replace a temporary tent on the White House grounds. It was funded through private contributions from both wealthy individuals and large companies.
Well, so far, those famous April showers, they're just not happening. Dry and unseasonably hot weather has been the story so far this month across the entire eastern U.S., including, of course, here in the Carolinas. Some weather experts say that it's not unusual to see April temps reach towards 90 degrees, but the length of this kind of April heat wave is rarely seen. While the early sun and the heat are helping many ditch their cabin fever from a colder winter, it's coming as a surprise to some people, including college students as far north as New York City.
Was incredibly hot, even beyond what I was expecting, honestly. And I knew I had to wear a suit today because I'm also going to be graduating soon, so I wanted to make sure I look good, but it is not worth the extra layers. You will sweat through all of this.
You know, I feel like we know April showers bring May flowers, but if we have this continued April drought, I fear it could lead to May doubt.
Oh.
How beautiful is the foliage and flowers going to be if we don't get some Mother Nature rain?
Yeah, we need Mother Nature to help us out in that regard. We will get some rain this weekend, unfortunately, not enough to wash out these drought conditions. The past 30 days, we only got 25% of the rain that we were supposed to get. So we are well behind where we should be, with winds calm, temperatures in the low 60s, traffic moving at a speed limit pace on Independence Boulevard with those upper 50s, low 60s, and lots of sunshine to go around, helping us warm up as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Mid to upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at highs land in the upper 80s near 90 degrees. Monroe, Lancaster, upper 80s for Charlotte, 70s, Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at the heat stretching out west towards our Gulf states, deep south, central plains, even up through the Midwest with the below normal temperatures. We're talking 30s up through Bozeman, Montana for your Friday. Now, as we head into the weekend, that cool air dips even further into Texas, Oklahoma, and through parts of the Midwest. We'll stay above normal for the southeast and the northeast. We even get near record-breaking temperatures up through parts of Pennsylvania into New York. We'll stay well above normal with 90s on tap for your Saturday here close to home. Overall, our setup brings that rain ahead of a cold front, bringing temperatures down on your back half of the weekend. So Sunday could see some showers and cooler temperatures settled in. Mix of sun and clouds, though, for your Friday, with light winds coming out of the west, still playing into a slight increase in your fire danger for the peak heating hours of the day. Burn ban still in effect for North Carolina and South Carolina. We'll usher in mostly sunny skies for most of today before some thin clouds roll through this afternoon and evening. Overnight will be relatively mild, rebounding into the upper 80s near 90 degrees as we approach your Saturday afternoon. And I'm looking at the rain starting from our mountain counties, pushing through into uptown as we head into your Sunday morning and afternoon, giving us a wet end to the work week and cloudy end to the work week with 70s by the end of your Sunday. Overall, I'm not looking at a lot of rain from this, maybe getting 1/100 of an inch to 1/10 of an inch. Overnight lows settle in the upper 50s, low 60s from the I-40 corridor into uptown, mid 60s for our mountain counties with that 7-day forecast, bringing in the cooler temperatures into early next week before 70s turn to 80s Wednesday into Thursday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local name in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Happy Friday, everyone. Wow. Okay.
All right.
Man, what is happening up in New York City? I promise you that is Lady Liberty, Statue of Liberty, behind a very gold and washed out shot. We don't control the cameras up in the harbor of New York City, but we're giving you that because futures, they're looking bright as well. The Dow, S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green this morning. A good 2 hours before markets open as we take a look at some of yesterday. Look at the highs yesterday, 115 for the Dow, 86. 18 points up for the S&P. So what a great day to wrap up a Thursday. We'll join Jane King coming up in about an hour live from the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up another week of trading.
All right, this is a day, I don't know about you guys, that we've all been waiting for. No, we're not talking about Christmas. The U.S. Census Bureau has officially released the list of top 1,000 most common first names. All that data was collected during the 2020 census, and the name Michael has come out on top of the list for the most common names.
Well, okay. Well, in case we happen to be on your favorite anchors list, we wanted to take a look at some of the names on here. Here we go. Oh, wow. I'm kind of near the top.
Go ahead,
Number 32. Over 800,000 are Jason. I remember when I was younger and when I went to like high school and college, I hated my name because I felt like there were 400,000 Jasons. Apparently, there were twice as many than I thought.
Nice.
Ted? Look at you. You're on the list, brother.
I'm rare, brother. Only 49,000.
Whoa.
You are definitely not rare.
That's crazy. 487th on that list, 115,000 people with my name.
There you go.
Huh. I never really thought about this before.
I don't think so either.
All I know is that we did not have issues finding our names in gift shops of various places, right? On the keychains.
That's when you know if it's popular or not.
And that's when you know.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I felt like there were tons of Jasons. And then, like I said, when I got a little older, I was going, I don't know really any adults
named Jason.
Like I feel like they're all I feel like they're all 50 and younger. I don't know any 72-year-old Jasons out there.
That's true.
It seems like such a kid name to me. So I don't know. Maybe it keeps me young.
I like it. I like it.
I
Ted
know
was always
one.
like a toss-up if I'd find it on the keychain.
Really?
And if I did, I'd be
Really?
yeah, it's not as common as I thought it would be.
It would be the full name,
be,
like Theodore.
Yes.
Maybe Teddy.
Teddy, okay. Well, we call you that all
We
the time,
do.
just out of love.
That's right.
There we go. All right, well, now you know. Maybe your name's on the list somewhere, probably. It is 7:26. Happy Friday. We're enjoying this day, and I hope you are too. We'll take a break and be right back. An ongoing drought is leading to statewide burn bans. How they're now hitting local businesses that rely on lighting up the sky.
The overall crime rate in Charlotte is on the decline. We'll have a look at the numbers from CMPD's first quarter crime report.
And North Carolina's governor visits a nearby school to push for teacher pay raises. His concerns, though, if state lawmakers fail to reach a budget agreement.
7:30 on your Friday morning. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday morning. Julian Sador is on special assignment today. He'll be back with us on Monday. And Ted Payton in the Weather Center this morning. You know, a beautiful shot, by the way, of South End looking straight down there. Big watch party.
That's right.
For the Charlotte Hornets.
Go Hornets.
Tonight in their play-in tournament down in Orlando. A lot of excitement heading into this weekend, Ted.
Yeah, a lot of excitement heading into this weekend, and that heat is going to be on here for tonight and into your Saturday. So nice and warm for folks heading out and about. Beautiful shot here at South End. This almost looks fake. Almost looks like AI because it's so vibrant and so perfect, but it is not. It is a live feed of what is going on out there right now. Sun is shining and continuing to keep us nice and bright and comfortable as those temperatures start to ramp up into the 60s, approaching what will be the 70s heading into your later morning hours. So heading out the door, winds are calm, temperatures in the low 60s, traffic moving at a speed limit pace. Our difference from yesterday into this morning, only 2 degrees cooler, so not a major difference. A wider gap here towards Waysboro and Rockingham, but still mild and comfortable heading out the door. Upper 50s to low 60s, Charlotte into surrounding areas. Same goes for the I-40 corridor, mid to upper 50s mountain counties. Day planner hosting lots of that sunshine and getting into the upper 80s as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. That lands us just shy of 90 degrees. Another afternoon on the hot side with west winds coming in anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Backyard grilling forecast shows near 90 for the peak heating hours of the day. And to the 5 o'clock hour, the 7 o'clock hour gets back into the mid 80s. Overnight lows will drop down into the 60s early in the morning. I'm looking at a mild start to your day as we get hot for Saturday, cooling down Sunday, and then we're slowly rebounding closer to normal as we approach Tuesday of next week as pollen is continuing to flare up those allergies, tree pollen, oak, birch, juniper, staying high here through the weekend. Mountain counties, they're going to be nice and warm in the mid-70s Friday, low 80s Saturday. Overnight lows dropping down into the 50s, so relatively cool mornings to start. Cold front brings rain chances late in the day Saturday for our mountain counties into your Sunday afternoon as well, where we hold on to a better chance of showers moving through, ushering in those cooler temperatures, low to mid-50s settled in Sunday into Monday and Tuesday of next week. I'll break down more of our overall weekend forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Well, in response to the ongoing drought, Charlotte water officials are asking customers to limit outdoor water use to just 2 days a week to avoid using, and also avoid using during the warmest part of the day. The U.S. Department of Agriculture is approving a federal disaster declaration for 82 North Carolina counties. While the counties affected are not immediately clear, those who have suffered any type of damages because of the dry conditions can file for federal aid.
We're learning more about an early morning shooting in North Charlotte. Medic and Charlotte police responded to Chalkstone Road just off of Reams Road near I-77. Medic says one person refused treatment from personnel, and all other details are pretty limited right now. We'll keep you updated on anything that we do learn here on air and on our website. An Amber Alert has been issued for a missing teen out of Morehead City. Morehead City police are looking for 13-year-old Olivia Nicole Kimbrough. She's about 5 feet tall, weighing 125 pounds. She has faded pink hair and green eyes and was last seen wearing a black shirt and black pants. Officers say they don't know the identity of the person that she's with, but as you can see from these photos, he's described as a man about 5 feet tall, 6 inches, and weighing 200 pounds. The two are believed to be in a white Chevy Equinox. Kimbrough was last seen at a Dollar Tree in Havelock after leaving her middle school. If you have any information, you are asked to call police. Jason?
Thank you very much, Annie. Appreciate that. Let's check on our pinpoint traffic for the 7:30 half hour. We're seeing a little bit of volume pick up, a little hot spot out west on 85 coming out of Gaston County, and a little hot spot on 45 inner in the bottom right corner, kind of near Mint Hill and Matthews this morning. But thankfully, though, volume is typically lighter on Fridays, so we're not seeing major delays. Just a slow stretch right there from Gastonia to 45, but it's under 30 minutes, so that's rare, and we'll take it. Good looking shot here. You can see 85 traffic slowed down right in the middle. That's trying to merge onto I-77, working your way into the Queen City, which you can see to the top left corner of the screen, but at least it's working the way it should. Very sunny if you're coming in from out west. This is 85 McAdenville, trying to work your way around the curve. A little bit slow there on 85. Hopefully you've got some shades or the sun visor works. Here's the other side of 85 coming down from Cabarrus County near Concord Mills Mall. All 10 lanes in both directions. Looking good. Same can be said down 87 coming down from Iredell County, down from the Lake Norman area, looking good. Here's down near Carowinds, the state line. That's traffic on the left headed up from South Carolina in that stretch. Looking good this morning. Hello to the folks in Union County near Indian Trail. The 74 bypass looking good if you're coming up from Monroe this morning, and that stretch also looking good. But we'll give you another look at drive times to the airport coming up here at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officials say that the Queen City's crime rate fell by 23% during the first 3 months of this year. That's compared to January through March of last year. Officials saw a 23% drop in property crimes and an 18% reduction in violent crimes. Police, though, have investigated more homicides over the first 3 months of this year compared to last year. There have been 22 cases so far this year, while there were only 16 over that same period last year. However, department leaders say focusing on high-density areas like Uptown and South End is leading to the lower crime rate.
These improvements directly reflect our strategic decision last year to realign resources, refine deployment, and strengthen proactive policing models in high-demand areas.
CMPD is also working more frequently now with the Charlotte Area Transit System. Officials say through the year's first quarter, off-duty officers have averaged 1,400 hours per week patrolling CATS properties and routes. They say transit-related crime is down 69% since the beginning of last year.
Newly released video shows what investigators say was a close call between an American Airlines jet and an airport ground vehicle at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. So you can see right here, American Airlines Flight 1197 begin to move forward, and then two vehicles cross right in front of it. The jet jerks back and forth when the pilot hits the brakes. This happened around 7:30 Wednesday morning, and you can hear the shock in the pilot's voice when he reports it to air traffic control. Take a listen.
Hey, ramp, American 1197. American 1197, yes, sir. Okay, so that white and black truck, they just went right in front of us. We nearly hit them. I had to slam on the brakes. We had our taxi light on. We started moving. They need to be. Someone's got to be doing something right away. That was really bad. Okay, I'll run the camera back. Which way was he heading, north or south? He was heading, heading south, right to left. It was a white and black pickup truck? White and black. I think it was ops. Yeah, that was really bad. Okay, I see him. The ops vehicle. I got him now.
All right, clearly you can see there was no actual collision between the vehicles and the aircraft, and no one was hurt. Airline executives say the FAA requires all ground vehicles to yield to taxiing aircraft. They also applaud the pilot's quick reaction to avoid a collision.
North Carolina's governor says teachers in the Tar Heel State need a pay raise. And without it, the governor says that educators will keep streaming into neighboring states like South Carolina. But as chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, a raise can't happen until state lawmakers agree on a budget.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein meeting with educators in Davidson Thursday morning to get their thoughts on how the state pays its teachers.
With the price of gas going up $1, within the past couple months, and our salary hasn't gone up $1 because of the budget not passing. Everyone has families. It's challenging to take care of our families. A lot of teachers have other part-time jobs.
With a starting salary of $41,000, Stein says North Carolina ranks 43rd in the country for teacher compensation.
Absolutely unacceptable. We must do better. I have a budget that would make starting teacher pay the highest in the Southeast.
But teacher pay cannot be touched until lawmakers in Raleigh pass a budget, and the House and Senate remain in a stalemate over how much more the state can actually afford to pay.
One more quick question on teacher pay. Is there a minimum, a lowest level that the state needs to see to make it more competitive with neighboring states?
Well, we need to be more than neighboring states. A good friend of ours, a kid graduated from Appalachian State 2 years ago to be a teacher. wanted to teach in North Carolina is now teaching in South Carolina.
And lawmakers are set to return to Raleigh to resume those budget talks next week on Tuesday. Reporting in Davidson, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Coming up on 7:40 this morning, fireworks shows all across our area are now being canceled with dry conditions and burn bans in place.
Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone shows us the impact on the businesses behind the displays.
Fireworks are the grand slam to cap off baseball nights. But the North Carolina State Fire Marshals shut them down on March 28th when a statewide fire ban took effect.
No one wants to go without getting paid, but we can weather this storm.
Pyrostar Entertainment owner Frank Terzino Jr. had several shows canceled during one of his busiest springs yet. He says they pay for the permits to have fire departments on standby and never want to put any property or person in danger.
In my mind, it's about as safe as it could possibly get when you have the fire department surrounding your fireworks zone, ready to do anything.
When there's been a drought, firefighters will usually take water from this hydrant to spray down this entire green area because it's right across from the Hickory Crawdad Stadium. This helps to ensure safety, but right now the fire marshal says it's just not safe to be setting them off.
The magnitude of the dryness and the ability for the fire to spread quickly, it just makes it so dangerous.
Hickory Fire Marshal Stephen Craig showed us just how dry the grass was by our interview.
We just hope that we can work with them and get those shows rescheduled and refired whenever it's safe.
The only minor league team that's had a show recently was the Charlotte Knights, which got permits from the city for 2 so far.
Our fireworks show is shot from inside our walls in the middle of center field, so very little, if any, of our debris gets outside of our ballpark environment, so there's really very little risk to begin with.
General Manager Rob Egan says they'll continue to follow protocols, permits, and restrictions. Show operators are on standby.
If it continues through July, I'll be honest with you, I'd be a little concerned about that, but as of right now, we're okay.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
They are getting the prom dress of their dreams for the low, low price of free. A trip to remember to a Huntersville church's prom closet in Faces of the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Almost 7:45. Welcome back, everyone. For too many teens, prom night is a stressful time because of all the expenses that are involved. That's why a ministry in Huntersville is proving to be a godsend.
Queen City News storyteller John Lee explains in Faces of the Carolinas.
At First Baptist Church of Huntersville, Eileen Ramirez sees the transformation every spring.
They will come in with a smile and then they will walk out of here with a bigger smile.
Lydia's Loft Prom Closet is something great for the greater good.
Oh my God, please open it. There you go.
She lugs formal wear upstairs where they're already bursting at the seams.
Hi, everyone. Well, we're glad you're here. She'll be allowed to choose up to 3 dresses.
As teens look for their dream dress,
I don't know where to start.
They're floored by thousands of possibilities packed in one place.
Yeah, there's a really good selection in here. There's tons of pretty dresses.
And the price is right, it's free. So shop on.
Okay, yeah, okay.
When it's time to try them on, happiness fills the room. As Capri Casio glows in her gown, she's about to make her mom cry.
Beautiful girl. I love it. It is so pretty.
Volunteer Pat Gary is glad to help give them that joy.
When I was in high school, I worked a lot and I could not afford to go to prom. So I spent my prom night working at McDonald's. So to see the girls get to enjoy their proms just thrills my heart.
16 years ago, it's Eileen who founded the Prom Closet Ministry with Tammy Morris. It began with a handful of donated dresses and lots of prayer. Thanks to year-round donations, they now have 3,000.
Gives an opportunity for girls to go to prom with love and dignity and grace.
There's also a boys section. The bigger idea is to make connections beyond prom.
We don't know what's going on in their life. We want to be there for them. So it's opening that up to help them out as well.
Cards and letters remind them why they do all this.
You have changed my life, and I feel like a real life princess. Thank you so much. Oh, that gives me cold chills.
And along with those thank you cards, the best part, seeing their eyes light up when they see the perfect dress.
Their eyes just kind of bright up. It's like a 4th of July in here because they're just like smiling.
Most have the big dance on their minds, but the clothes are here for any special occasion.
It's gorgeous and I'm comfortable. So yeah, I love it.
Kelly Love found her wedding dress.
I brought my niece to get a prom dress, so she talked me into trying on dresses at the same time. This was it.
Awesome. Have you looked at shoes? I like this one.
There are 1,000 Cinderella stories here every year. It's a great feeling every time someone says yes to the dress.
I love that they do that for our community. It's incredible.
In Huntersville, John Lee, Queen City News.
Oh, you know you have to do the princess twirl when you try those on. Lydia's Loft Prom Closet is open until Saturday, April 25th at First Baptist Church of Huntersville. Head on over to our website, qcnews.com, to learn more.
All right, literally switching gears. Here we go. Every lap hits different at Kansas Speedway as NASCAR heads to KCK over the weekend. Intense racing starts tomorrow with the Tide Kansas Lottery 300 truck race. Can't forget about the main event, though. The Advent Health 400 Cup race kicks off Sunday afternoon. Plus, there's a hurricane coming through, and it is heading right for Kansas. Look who is in Garage Confidential this week. Driver of the number 77 for Spire Motorsport, the always controversial, always ready Carson Hocevar. He's going to talk about his recent string of success and if he even cares about what anyone thinks about him. Carson Hocevar is this week on Around the Track.
Davidson College women's basketball player Charlize Dunn is heading to the WNBA. The league's newest team, the Toronto Tempo, selected her in the 2026 draft this week. She was drafted with the 36th pick in the 3rd round, making her the first Davidson women's player to be drafted and only the second Davidson player, male or female, ever to be selected in an American draft. Dunn ended her career as a 3-time All-Atlantic 10 pick. She was the only mid-major player chosen in the WNBA draft, and a huge congratulations to her.
Like
you know, like the last few years, I wasn't too sure if that was still within reach. But then just this year, like hearing that Toronto was interested, and, you know, it kind of just like brought that dream back to life.
Very cool. Dunn will head back to Australia to train with their women's national team, and then it's on to Toronto for next season. So cool to be living out your dreams. And Ted, we might be dreaming of staying cool this weekend, right? With a big body of water today and Saturday, and then we have that change coming Sunday.
Sunday's going to bring the transition from the 90s to the 70s, so major change there. We hold on to the 60s this morning as we head out and about. Winds are calm, mostly sunny skies bearing down on the Carolinas, and we'll have those upper 50s to mid 60s through the I-40 corridor. Low 60s for Charlotte, upper 50s Monroe. Upper 50s for Boone and Jefferson, 70s on tap for the mountain counties. Highs make a run for upper 80s, near 90 degrees for the peak heating hours of the day, with that heat still stretching out west to the Midwest, into the deep south, the southeast, northeast, getting into the upper 70s. Much cooler towards the Pacific Northwest, especially heading into Friday. We'll pull some of that cool air south towards Texas. Blue on your map shows below normal temperatures. Red, or orange rather, showing the above normal temperatures. More of the heat that takes hold through the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, and into the Carolinas, much higher than what we typically see this time of year. So I'm looking at a high near 90 degrees before moisture increases heading into your Sunday. So we finish off the weekend with rain chances, cooler temperatures. Right now, just some thin cloud cover approaching our mountain counties, trying to cross into uptown. Mix of sun and clouds expected throughout the day today, with a slight increased fire risk for eastern North Carolina over Raleigh, Greenville, and Jacksonville into Fayetteville. Columbia could see an increased fire risk as well as our drought conditions continue and our burn ban stays in effect for North and South Carolina. So keep that in mind as we keep getting the sunshine for your Friday into your overnight hours. Will be nice and cool and clear before rain chances ramp up over the Tennessee border. Saturday afternoon and evening, highs will be near 90 degrees before much cooler temperatures settle in for the second half of the weekend. Rain pushes through, giving us what could be likely just 1/100 of an inch, not enough to alleviate our drought conditions. Overnight lows bottom out in the low 60s, mid to upper 50s, mountain counties. 7-day forecast shows that cool down before we gradually rebound into those low 80s heading into mid portions of next week. You're watching your Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left. Here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Do you believe in Hornets magic? Tonight is the night. Charlotte takes on Orlando in a do-or-die game where only one team will advance to the NBA playoffs. We're live this morning in South End at a local hotspot hosting a watch party tonight for those who aren't heading down to Florida. Plus, we're talking to Carolina Sports Live's Mike Lissette about all the hype surrounding Buzz City. And this is just the beginning, and everyone is equally untrustworthy. That was said by a U.S. Special Envoy who says the overnight ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is just another piece of the puzzle aiming at peace in the Middle East. We'll go live to Washington this morning as the president is eyeing not only the end of the war in Iran, but the U.S. economy settling down as well. And Charlotte FC put on a clinic this week, dominating in the U.S. Open Cup against Charlotte Independence. 6-0. Now it's back to regular MLS play in the Big Apple. Radio play-by-play announcer and friend of the show, Anna Whitty, is stopping by this morning in our 9 o'clock hour with a matchup preview as we get set to take on New York City FC. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Whether you embrace change or it makes you nervous, psychologists say that we're hardwired to try to switch things up in our lives. Maybe you're looking to go back to school, debating a different job, or thinking about buying a new home. Experts say that it can be hard to get started or stay motivated throughout the process. And if just thinking about taking a big step makes you nervous, leaning into that could actually help. Psychologists say to remember that failure is temporary, and if something doesn't work the first time, reworking your plan is a great way to still reach your goal. I love that. Great motivation for this Friday. All right, stay with us. We got 2 more hours of Queen City News. We are kicking off our 8 o'clock hour right now.
City News starts now.
TGIF, happy Friday, everyone. Welcome in, 8 o'clock right now. You're watching Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador is on special assignment.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we're going to be ramping up into the upper 80s. Today's going to be hot. Tomorrow's going to be hot, cooling down by Sunday.
So, like, how cool are we talking on Sunday?
We're looking at low 70s, but really most of the day will be in the 60s. So, we're certainly going to feel a drastic difference from what our afternoons will be providing. We're talking almost a 30-degree difference as we go from your Saturday into your Sunday. So taking a look around the crown, we are looking at the Monroe sunshine, Independence Boulevard moving at a speed limit pace. Tower camera top right-hand corner, seeing the partly cloudy skies rolling through, and our tower camera showing you a little bit of the Queen City in the distance. So right now, 66 degrees, winds out of the west, 3 miles per hour. Temperatures are separated from the dew point, so not concerned about fog this morning. We're slightly cooler, anywhere from 2 to 4 to even 5 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday, landing us in the mid-60s Charlotte, upper 50s to mid-60s through the I-40 corridor, upper 50s Boone and Jefferson. Now our temperatures through the afternoon ramps up into the low 80s come lunchtime. Sunshine continues to dominate. We'll get into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees, but not quite crossing that 90-degree mark as we hold on to more of that mix of sun and clouds, light winds out of the west, 3 to 8 miles per hour. Tonight bottoms out in the upper 80s. We're going to hold on to the upper 80s for your grilling forecast, but overnight lows bottom out in the 60s, pushing into your early morning hours. I'll break down more of what to expect here with another look at your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. The USDA has named 82 counties in North Carolina as disaster areas because of the drought. Governor Stein announced the new designation, but didn't specify which counties it applies to. All of North Carolina is under some degree of drought. Farmers in those 82 counties, though, can now apply for emergency loan assistance and other disaster relief programs. You can learn more about that by visiting farmers.gov. Well, this unusual stretch of heat could drive up power bills come May. A Duke Energy spokesperson says air conditioning is a big factor in summer energy use. One hot day usually isn't a problem, but with these days stacking up, prices also start to go up. Officials say there are payment plans for anyone struggling with higher than expected bills. We're learning more about an early morning shooting out of North Charlotte. Medic and Charlotte police responded to Chalkstone Road just off of Reams Road near I-77. Medic says one person refused treatment by medical personnel on scene, but all other details are pretty limited right now. We'll continue to ask those questions and bring you those updates both here on air throughout the morning and on our website, qcnews.com. An Amber Alert is in effect for a missing teen out of Morehead City. Morehead City police are looking for 13-year-old Olivia Nicole Kimbrough. She's around 5 feet tall, weighing 125 pounds. She has faded pink hair and green eyes and was last seen wearing a black shirt and black pants. Officers say they don't know the identity of the person that she is seen with on the photos that are rotating on your screen. He's described as a man about 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing 200 pounds. The two are believed to be in a white Chevy Equinox. Kimbrough was last seen at a Dollar Tree in Havelock after leaving her middle school. If you have any information, you are asked to call police. Time for Jason.
Thank you very much, Annie. Yeah, let's check on pinpoint traffic for our 8 o'clock hour. Volume is picking up, although lighter than than usual. Thankful that it's Friday morning. A lot of some secondary roads just in the last 10 minutes. A couple of accidents that are slowing some things down. Really, there's only one on an interstate that's causing any issues this morning. Let's show you where that is. 77 southbound, we got a lane block if you're coming down, not too far from LaSalle Street. It has moved off to the shoulder, that's good news, but it still is blocking you up. If you're coming down 77, just north of Uptown, trying to work your way into Uptown, that's going to slow you down a little bit. Let's show you here one of these cameras. This is 85 traffic merging onto 77. So that's what's slow right in the middle. Matter of fact, you can see up around the bend where it really starts to slow down. Here's a closer shot of 77 in LaSalle. And that is just moving slow. Of course, if you're in the toll lanes paying a little extra, you're going to make some good time trying to work your way into the heart of Uptown. Here are some drive times. A little bit slow in from Gastonia and down from Lake Norman. That is typical for this time of day, so not too bad. Other side of the city, coming down from Cabarrus County near Concord Mills Mall, all 10 lanes, 85 north and south, looking good. Up on that end this morning. Inbound Independence, also good this morning, so we like it as the sun is shining. You guys are good. That stretch even up from Monroe on Highway 74. We'll give you another look at traffic coming up here around 8:30. President Trump is in Las Vegas, where he hosted an event last night to promote his economic policies.
It comes amid a rise in gas prices due to the war with Iran.
News Nation's Washington correspondent Kristen Escal joins us live this morning with a recap of the president's remarks. Kristen, good morning. What did the president focus on last night?
Good morning. The president mainly talked about his tax policies, especially no tax on tips, but he did also briefly acknowledge the increased fuel prices that we've been seeing lately. Now, keep in mind, the president is trying to make his economic pitch to voters as the midterm elections loom later this year.
This is the birthplace of a little idea known as no tax on tips. This is the birthplace.
Speaking at a roundtable with workers in Las Vegas, President Trump touted his tax policy.
Here in Las Vegas, many workers have reported refunds of $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 or more.
The president argued his policies are working to reduce inflation, as he and members of his administration have sought to offer reassurances that energy costs will come down once the Iran war ends.
Don't forget, we're having some fake inflation because of the fuel, the energy prices. Let's see what happens over the next week or so.
But Democrats see it differently.
$4 gas is not going to go away even if the president declares victory tomorrow.
With the midterm elections looming and control of Congress at stake, Democrats have also focused their messaging on the economy.
Gas prices out of control, housing costs out of control, health insurance premiums out of control.
Many Republicans on Capitol Hill say they also want to see gas prices come down, but argue their economic record is stronger than Democrats.
Because of the crazy economic policies of the Biden administration. We're paying for that like right now. Once this war is over, we'll start seeing an easing of energy prices.
And later today, the president is set to travel to Phoenix to speak at a Turning Point USA event.
Well, Kristen, we understand that the president also said yesterday that he would be willing to travel to Pakistan. What more can you tell us about that?
That's right. The president says he'd be willing to go to Islamabad, the capital city, if the U.S. and Iran are able to reach a deal. Now, keep in mind, the White House has said that there are discussions underway for a potential second round of in-person peace talks, and they'd very likely be in the same location. That's where we saw the last round of peace talks last weekend, but there are still no firm plans yet for another in-person meeting.
All right, Kristen Escal, thank you so much, live in Washington. Appreciate it. 8:08 right now. Students at some North Carolina school districts could get an unexpected day off coming up on May 1st as teachers plan to rally in the state capitol. The State Association of Educators is planning a mass march in Raleigh to push for school funding. Chatham County school officials canceled May 1st classes after hundreds of call-out requests from teachers. Other North Carolina districts are monitoring their call-out numbers for the same date. It will be the first mass teacher rally in the Capitol since 2019.
The Hornets are buzzing down to Orlando, looking to build off the taste and postseason success that we got earlier this week.
Yeah, so Buzz City is setting up watch parties all around the Queen City tonight as the team tries to punch their ticket to the playoffs.
Let's go out live now to Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell in South End, where the purple and teal faithful are going to be watching. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Annie and Jason. The Hive has never felt bigger with all of these diehard fans, as well as a lot of new fans, all of a sudden wanting to watch the Hornets play here in the postseason. Now, we had Tuesday's game at the Spectrum Center, drawing thousands to a completely packed out crowd. Now, for the playing game number 2, the official watch party is going to be here at Slate. This bar in South End, this is just off of Bland Street, steps away from the Bland Street light rail station, where you may be able to hear a couple of the announcements going here this morning. That is going to be the official watch party for the Hornets. They are going to have very own Hugo the Hornet there watching alongside with everybody, as well as other members of the Hive Entertainment team, giving away prizes, doing a couple other big giveaways here. This all starts about 30 minutes before tip-off, starting at 7 o'clock here tonight. Now, when it comes time to on-the-court action, we are going to see LaMelo Ball. League officials decided to not suspend him after reviewing a controversial play from Tuesday. Ball got tangled up with Bam Adebayo, and the Heat's big man took a hard fall, which led to a game-ending lower back injury. Now, the refs did not make the call on the court, but the alleged ankle grab had been retroactively declared a flagrant 2, which would have resulted in Charlotte's main ball handler's ejection from the game. Now, he has been fined $35,000 for the incident. Forward Brandon Miller says having everyone together for this next game is vital, as team chemistry is going to be key tonight.
The focus would be, just staying together. We know we're going into some crazy atmospheres. So just, being with each other, play for each other, and we'll be good.
It's a familiarity because you do play each other so many times. But the thing that you have to continue to adjust, especially in a game like this where it's just like a winner take all, I know that they're going to throw out a bunch of adjustments or whatever the game calls for. I think that both teams are willing to do that.
Now, if the Hornets advance past the Magic, they'll take on the Pistons on Sunday. Reporting in South End, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
A push in Columbia to prevent adding school days for some Fort Mill students. The lawmakers who say students shouldn't be punished after canceled classes due to Silfab solar chemical spills.
And we're looking mostly dry right now. Radar not too active as our drought conditions continue, but rain does come back in the forecast heading into this weekend. We'll break it all down for you with a check coming up after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
A South Carolina lawmaker is trying to keep Flint Hill Elementary students from doing virtual classes on Saturdays. It's all to make up time because of days missed because of leaks at Silfab Solar. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell looks at the proposal and the district's response.
I'm sorry that they were unfortunately put in this situation. It's the unfortunate gift that keeps on giving.
To keep Flint Hill Elementary students from having to do virtual learning on back-to-back Saturdays later this month, York County State Representative David Martin says he's filed a joint resolution in the South Carolina State House. It would allow the Fort Mill School Board to waive those 2 days students missed back in March when their school was evacuated because of leaks at the nearby Silfab solar plant.
So we're going to vote on it first thing on Tuesday. To be honest, I don't know if I can get it past the House, the Senate, and to the governor by that first Saturday, but going to do my best to see how fast we can get it moved.
Flint Hill parent Amy Myers is hoping that can happen quickly.
Saturday is a sacred family time. My kids have sports, they have other obligations, and I just don't think it's fair.
As of now, the plan approved by the board is for students to do virtual learning on April 25th and May 2nd to make up for their lost days. Myers hasn't decided if her kindergartner will be logged in those Saturdays.
Why should he have to sacrifice, and why should all the kids at Flint Hill have to sacrifice their family and friend time and their rest?
Fort Mill school officials tell us they understand the frustration from families. They call this situation extraordinary, and if there were better options, they'd use them.
If you don't have 180 days accounted for students, that could put the academic year in jeopardy of counting for those students.
Burke tells us district leaders appreciate Martin's efforts in Columbia and hope that it can all get worked out before next weekend.
We want to weigh that need for the instruction with the disruption to our families and our community.
Is there going to be another leak, which leads to closing down the school, which leads to missing the school day and then having to do another Saturday? It just seems like there's no end in sight.
In Fort Mill, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Representative Martin tells us his proposed bill would allow South Carolina counties to strip the permits from companies who aren't operating as they are zoned, which targets Silfab Solar. That is still pending in a House committee.
The price of fertilizer continues to rise, and it's causing big problems for farmers and leading to growing concerns about the affordability of food. Fertilizer is currently sitting around $700 per metric ton. Now, that's up more than 30% since the start of the war in Iran, according to market intel. Farmers say that it's reaching a breaking point. A new survey released by the American Farm Bureau Federation found 70% of farmers say they can't afford to buy enough fertilizer to get them through the year. 94% of farmers who took the same survey reported worsened financial situations since last year. They blamed skyrocketing fertilizer plus fuel costs. The group also warns that some farmers may cut back on fertilizer use, or acreage, which could then impact future food supply.
The price of fuel, fertilizer increasing with things going on in the other parts of the world. The price of the commodity and the price of the expenses, we can't keep up. And it's getting harder and harder just to try to make it.
The American Farm Bureau Federation called the new survey that they shared with leaders in Washington a real warning light. Federal leaders questioned Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins yesterday in response to that warning. Earlier this week, Rollins said the Trump administration had opened up lines of fertilizer from Venezuela to come into the country. Yesterday, Rollins promised her department was looking into other ways to help solve the ongoing issue. But that's not the only issue that officials are facing. The Department of Agriculture says the number of cattle in the national herd is at 86 million. That's the lowest amount in more than 75 years. While raising more cows could help combat supply and demand issues over time, many ranchers say a host of economic and environmental challenges remain in their way. They add that it's hard for some to handle the livestock they already have.
Dry conditions across the country, especially in the Carolinas, have experts concerned about the threat of wildfires. Researchers are now looking to stop those fires and looking for ways to make sure everyone gets out of harm's way. Professors at Clemson University are testing AI-powered autonomous drones to improve wildfire detection and response. Experts argue in most cases, fires are usually found once damage has already been done. The drones could help detect what causes fires to spark in the first place.
So these drones and AI systems, they're not going to obviously replace our firefighters and first responders, but they're going to make their job easier and safer. So if they are like blindly going to an area without having access to aircrafts that are expensive and not always available, and somebody needs to pilot that aircraft anyway. So if it's night, or if you are in a state like South Carolina that traditionally they don't have like helicopters or aircrafts on hand, you don't have that type of observation. So it's all whatever the first responders and firefighters see when they operate on the field. But when you have these drones, they can have observations of acres away.
The drones can help firefighters by monitoring burned areas and measure temperatures with thermal imaging, reducing the need for manual labor. 8:20, let's get over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton. And Ted, it is dry out there, and we don't really have many chances for rain ahead.
Yeah, not too many rain chances ahead, except for Sunday. Up mid to upper 60s here heading out the door. Winds out of the west at 3 miles per hour. We look at those low to mid 60s from Charlotte into Concord, upper 50s, low 60s, I-40 corridor, mid to upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson. Today's highs land in the upper 80s, near 90 degrees through the peak heating hours of the day. I'm looking at mid 70s. Boone and Jefferson for our mountain counties. There's a dip here over the northwest where we hold on to those cooler temperatures from Montana into parts of the Dakotas, and even further looking at the 80s from the deep south into the mid-Atlantic. 90s down towards Georgia. We still hold on to above normal temperatures the East Coast heading into the end of the week. I'm holding on to those cooler conditions with the dip in that jet stream as we approach your Saturday. I'm thinking highs will be well above normal. I'm talking near 90 degrees for the Queen City, and that heat extends even further north and east through Pennsylvania into New York. So overall setup continues to pull in that moisture, pushing into the Carolinas and through our Gulf states. Even further looking at what will be more in the way of the partly cloudy skies through your afternoon Friday into your overnight hours, mostly clear heading into Saturday. Now, a slight increased risk for fire danger, especially east of uptown towards Fayetteville and Raleigh. We will hold on to that burn ban for North and South Carolina into the weekend. Mix of sun and clouds Friday. Saturday ushers in a little bit more cloud cover through the afternoon as rain picks up over the Tennessee border and then gives us the showers heading into Sunday to finish off the weekend. Much cooler on Sunday with highs limited to the 70s. Overnight lows dropping into the 60s. I think rain totals will land anywhere in the 1/10 of an inch to 100th of an inch range. And again, those mild temperatures kicks off your Saturday morning before we go from the 90s to the 70s, rebounding closer to the 80s by the mid portions of next week. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. As we go to break, look at this beautiful shot of the sun shining over the Big Apple, New York City this morning. You know what else looks good? The futures. We're a little over an hour away from the bells going off. The Dow, S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green. We'll join Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange after this break. It's 8:25. Welcome back, everyone. More high school graduates are pursuing a 2-year degree over a traditional 4-year college path. And new AI platforms out there say that it offers results uniquely tailored to the user. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories. Jane, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too, Jason. And futures are getting stronger as we get closer to the open. The Dow's pointing about 300 points higher. We finished yesterday with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ at new record highs. Well, more high school graduates are considering community college over a 4-year school. For the first time, students ages 18 to 20 represented the largest share of first-time associate degree earners. That's according to the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center. The cost of a college education, as well as the changing job market, making community college more appealing for some. And what if your AI actually knew you? Not just your chat history or search history, but everything you've saved, written, or thought about. Recall 2.0 is the new app that combines your personal knowledge with real-time internet search all in one conversation. So you can listen to a podcast in the morning and it can have it research what you bookmarked 3 weeks ago. Recall says what makes it unique and different than other AIs is that it actually is created just for the user. So, Jason, I don't know. Sounds a little too human for me.
I already have intimacy issues. I can't invite another chatbot into my close circle. So we'll have to, I'm just going to think about it, Jane. I'll get back to you. I'll think about it. All right. Thank you so much. Markets open at 9:30. We'll join you right after the opening bell. Appreciate that. Taylor, good morning. What's coming up?
Good morning, Jason. So businesses could soon get billions of dollars back from the government after tariffs were ruled illegal by the Supreme Court. Coming up, who actually gets that money and will it make its way back to you? You are watching Queen City News this Friday morning. 66 degrees out there, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. All right, 8:30 on your Friday morning. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday, y'all. Julian is on special assignment today. He'll be back Monday. Ted says, hey, listen, if you have been feeling whether it's cabin fever from winter and you need to get outside, or maybe you feel a little pale and you want a little bit of sun to kind of brighten up the skin. Maybe today and this weekend, Ted, get outside and get a little vitamin D.
I don't recommend, the big reflectors that they used
Don't
to
do that.
Oh yeah, no.
Wear your sunscrreen.
No. Yeah. Listen, I mean, when we were kids, my sister used to put on baby oil and sit on a black trampoline.
That was
that's the worst combo you could ever imagine for your skin. Now we know better.
Yeah, it's balance.
It is balance.
Of course.
Right. Yeah.
Be out in the sun. Just protect yourself.
Avoid the peak heating hours of the day too, unless you like the hot, because it's going to be in the upper 80s peak heating hours of the day. We have the Queen City in the distance with the look at our tower camera coming out of West Charlotte. And yes, plenty of sunshine to go around for that vitamin D, and we will ramp up into what will be more in the way of those upper 80s peak heating hours of the day. West winds 3 miles per hour, temperatures in the mid 60s, not too far off from where we were yesterday, just a 2 to 5 degree difference south and east of Uptown, and same goes for our mountain counties. Low to mid 60s already, ramping out of the 50s to start your morning. Highs ramping up into the 80s as early as lunchtime. I think we'll get to 80 degrees by 11 a.m. Overall, highs will peak in the upper 80s, near 90 today. West winds anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. Mostly sunny skies for the most part. Backyard grilling forecast hosting near 90s before we settle back into the mid 80s, 7 p.m. Overnight lows drop down into the 60s early morning hours. I'm looking at your highs dropping off Saturday into Sunday. We go from 90 degrees to start the weekend to the low 70s Sunday, early into next week, below normal for this time of year, with your pollen forecast still holding on to that high tree pollen, oak, birch, juniper, heading into the weekend. I'll break down more of what we could expect here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you so much. Well, this continued drought problem, Charlotte officials are now asking people connected to the city's water system to be conscious of how much they're using. They're implementing voluntary water restrictions due to drought conditions throughout the Carolinas. Charlotte and other communities that are using the Catawba River are asking people to limit watering and irrigation to Tuesdays and Saturdays and only do it at night. More than 2 million people use water from the Catawba River Basin.
We're learning more about an early morning shooting in the north part of Charlotte. Medic and Charlotte police responded to Chalkstone Road just off of Reams Road near I-77. Medic says one person did refuse treatment from medical personnel on scene. Details about this, though, are still limited, so we will keep you updated both here on air throughout the morning and on our website. An Amber Alert is still in effect for a teen missing out of Morehead City. Morehead City police are looking for 13-year-old Olivia Nicole Kimbrough. She's about 5 feet tall, weighing 125 pounds. Kimbrough has faded pink hair and green eyes, and she was last seen wearing a black shirt and black pants. Officers say they don't know the identity of the person that she is with, but you can see him in these photos. He's described as a man about 5'6" tall, weighing 200 pounds. The two are believed to be in a white Chevy Equinox. The two were last seen at a Dollar Tree in Havelock after leaving her middle school. If you have any information, you are asked to call police.
All right, let's take a look at our pinpoint traffic here in our 8:30 half hour. Not too bad, honestly. I mean, we've got 6 or 7 icons here on the board, but the bark is worse than the bite. It looks like it's bad, but it's not. All of these are on the secondary roads. So unless you're the one sitting in the traffic, there's not too many headaches out there. We're grateful for lighter volume on this Friday morning. As we look around the Crown, let's take you right just north of Uptown. This is I-77 north and south, headed into Uptown. Beautiful shot of the skyline right there, courtesy of our NCDOT camera this morning. Drive times from out west in Gaston County, down from Lake Norman, and up from Rock Hill on 77. All 3 stretches looking really nice this morning. Let's take you to just coming down 85 from Cabarrus County. If you're coming down near the Concord Mills Mall area, all 10 lanes across are looking good this morning. So we like when we see that. Inbound Independence on the east side of the city, also looking good if you're coming up from Monroe and Indian Trail and Matthews. That stretch there is looking good. Same from Albemarle. So just keep your speed in check this morning as we continue to get you where you need to go for the weekend. Weather should be good, and the stretch to get to the airport right now looking good as well. We will wrap up your Friday morning pinpoint traffic coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Tap water quality in Kings Mountain is slowly improving after months of complaints from residents.
But the man the city hired to improve that quality is leaving after less than 8 months on the job.
City leaders hired William Nash last year to correct persistent problems. People had complained for months about it tasting dirty and moldy.
Queen City News reporter David Schuman looks at what's next for what comes out of the tap.
Whatever he was working on was working.
People in Kings Mountain have noticed the improvement to their water. At 238 Cherokee Grill, employees say they haven't gotten complaints about the earthy dirt taste or odor since late last year. Residents say the changes haven't reached every neighborhood.
To me, it has like a fishy smell.
You don't drink it?
Nah.
But William Nash was working on it. Nash, though, will no longer be the city's water resource director, resigning less than 7 months after he was hired. A city spokesperson tells Queen City News the job came with public pressure Nash wasn't used to, and the city will miss him. Kings Mountain leaders have always maintained the water's been safe to drink, but the question now is what's next for the quality issues.
Kind of makes me feel like I'm going to start hearing more complaints.
North Carolina's Department of Environmental Quality did an inspection here at the water treatment facility last week. They noted several improvements the city's made, saying all state requirements have been met, but the report also had concerns moving forward. The state officials wrote there are only 3 certified operators remaining at the plant, as the city's, quote, struggling with staffing shortages. In fact, 8 water-related job openings are currently posted on the Kings Mountain website, including Nash's.
That's very concerning. How long is it going to take before they find the people to fill it?
In a statement, a spokesperson says, our citizens will not see any change in the water quality due to William Nash's resignation. Our water treatment plant will continue to run effectively with a qualified team. We're actively recruiting and interviewing skilled and qualified prospects. For some people in town, it may not matter.
Some people, they only give you 1 or 2 chances, and if you haven't got it fixed, then they're forever going to be bottled water.
What would have to happen for you to, take the filter off and be like, we don't need this anymore?
Not live in Kings Mountain.
In Kings Mountain, David Schuman, Queen City News.
Nearly 1 year after Liberation Day, tariffs reshaped global trade. A major reversal could now put money back into businesses' pockets.
The U.S. government is launching a new online portal next week, allowing companies to claim refunds on tariffs that the Supreme Court says were illegal in the first place. We're talking potentially billions of dollars now on the table.
All right, we're joined by our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. So walk us through what's actually here.
So back in February, the Supreme Court ruled that some of the tariffs enacted under emergency powers were illegal. So essentially what this ruling is saying is that businesses were being charged fees for these imports that they should not have been paying. So now the federal government is pretty much on the hook to give that money back. So they're launching a portal next week where businesses can apply for some of these refunds. And we're talking about a massive scale here. I mean, tens of thousands of businesses are expected to file claims for these refunds. And as you mentioned, billions, over $100 billion is on the table here.
All right, and this sounds like a great idea if you're a business owner, great news, I should say. But how confident should they be that they're actually going to get that money?
Yeah, so this is a really big unknown. Of course, this is launching Monday, so we're going to have to wait and see exactly how this process goes. But the portal is, in theory, supposed to make this process easy, although businesses will have to do a couple of things. They'll have to, number one, file these claims, which will involve paperwork, but also they'll have to prove what they spent their money on, and there's only some of the tariffs are actually eligible for this. So there'll be some hoops to kind of go through, and when you're talking about tens of thousands of applications for these refunds, experts who kind of been looking at this say this is not something that's going to be automatic or an overnight thing. This could kind of be dragged out, especially given the volume of people filing claims for these.
I could be wrong. I doubt most of our viewers are importers.
Yes.
I certainly am not. So how does this affect, does it affect the average person?
So consumers are unlikely to really benefit much from this, right? I don't think that should be too much of a surprise considering, data shows consumers were really the ones paying the bills for the majority of these tariffs. It's estimated about 90% of tariffs were actually paid by the consumer because these businesses, in theory, pass down these prices onto the consumer. So no, consumers aren't going to see prices dramatically drop from this, according to economists, but there are some kind of other ripple effects. You know, when companies do get an influx of cash, that could improve their margins, which means it could stabilize prices potentially, but also it could, maybe businesses could invest more or hire more, maybe expansion, so it's less about seeing a dramatic drop in prices and more of a stabilizing effect.
Okay, that makes sense. So what happens next year, and when could businesses actually start seeing that money?
Yeah, so this portal is set to launch on Monday, so we will of course be keeping our eyes on that. Experts who've been following this assume that businesses will kind of jump on this right away to kind of see if they get the refunds and when. But yeah, we will absolutely be following this process. And if you're a business in Charlotte who plans to file a claim, I mean, we know that we've done many stories on businesses talking about being impacted by these tariffs. Reach out to us. Let us follow you through this process, because I think it'll be an interesting one.
Absolutely, Taylor.
Sure will.
Thank you for
All
that
right.
update.
And that kicks off Monday. Taylor, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, 8:41 right now. Let's talk a little sports. The Hornets down in Florida as they prepare for their final game in this year's play-in series. We are speaking with our Carolina Sports Live team coming up on what we can expect from the Hornets. You're watching Queen City News. Happy Friday, you guys. We'll be right back.
Breaks free, gets it, 7 seconds, ball the drive, and
Oh, man, ball be ballin'. That's what I'm saying. This is a moment that has been playing in the heads of Hornets fans all week long. The moment LaMelo put Buzz City ahead, pulling off this unbelievable win over the Miami Heat.
All right, but now the Teal and Purple have one last obstacle in their way in order to make it into this year's playoffs.
Carolina Sports Live's Mike Lissette. Typically, we talk to you, Mike. Good morning. We talk to you on Fridays and Mondays around Panthers football season. I don't know that a lot of viewers know that basketball is really your passion, right?
I love it.
Yeah.
And of the fact that Hornets basketball has become so relevant. You go to games now, and it's a thing. It's a happening. The crowd is smart. There's little in-jokes with what happens with the players. When certain guys touch the ball, they do certain things. When certain guys score, it's NBA basketball, and Charlotte's all about it. They've been all about it. They've just been waiting for a team to embrace, and hopefully this is the team that they can kind of go with for a long run in the playoffs. It's going to be tough, though.
Yeah, a tough road ahead, but first let's focus on the task at hand, right? So there's one more game left tonight against the Magic. Talk about that matchup there. Charlotte's been successful against Orlando the past couple of times out, and they do well on the road.
Yeah, so the Hornets have won 3 of the past 4 meetings with the Magic this season, including the last 3 straight. But the big thing in those games was that Franz Wagner, one of Orlando's top scorers, did not play. And he's going to play tonight. And that's going to be a challenge for Charlotte to stop him. And another challenge going into the game is that Moussa Diabate, Charlotte's star defender, is dealing with a hip injury. He's questionable for the game. I do think he's going to play. I think he's going to give it his all. But if it hinders his ability to stop defenders, he's an energy guy. He's a guy that gets things going for Charlotte in so many ways. If he's not 100%, it could affect Charlotte's game plan.
Mike, is Con Knippel clearly the top rookie in the NBA this year? Of course, our local favorite.
A little biased.
Yeah, not. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Okay. Listen, he's still amazing. How do we get him fired back up to get some big time numbers tonight, especially from the 3-point circle?
Well, they always say that rookies hit a certain wall by February, and Con never hit that. He just kept going up and up and up and up and up. But now here we are. I mean, it's not a good time to have a shooting slump. But, I mean, the thing is shooters shoot. They just got to keep firing away. You got to keep getting the looks. And I'm sure he's been through this before. Look, I mean, as a guy that probably takes about 400 jump shots a day, he knows they're not all going in. He's just probably looking to get back to basics and get back on target of what he's doing right. Charlotte's just got to get him open looks. He's got to knock him down, but he's got to put all the misses behind him a little bit. Look, teams are zeroing in on him. The secret's out on him. There's that about him. He's not a guy that's going to catch you by surprise anymore. Teams know that if you leave him open, he is going to make you pay. So he's probably going to have to work even harder for his shots, and his teammates are going to have to work even harder to get him free.
Yeah, everyone just got to play their game, right? So we've had a lot of press after that win earlier this week. Mike, what's the vibe with the team? What's their mindset going into this last game, especially because you win, you make it into the playoffs for the first time in 10 years?
Well, Charles Lee said it best yesterday. He said, listen, when you get a taste of something really, really good, you want more of it. And the Hornets have had a taste of postseason success by beating the Heat in that dramatic win on Tuesday night. So they want more success. They're on a high right now. There's no doubt about it. But I think they're also measured in the way they're responding to the challenge. They know that, look, it's only one game. They're only one step closer, but they're not there yet. And they know that once they get there, it's only going to get that much harder because the Detroit Pistons are waiting for them. So I think Charlotte has the right mindset right now. They're a confident team. They believe in themselves. They believe in what they're doing. But they also know that there's a long road ahead, and they can't get too excited. They can't get too up. They've got to stay and do the things that brought them to the dance, so to speak.
That video never gets old that we were just watching the celebration on the floor from a couple nights ago. It wasn't too long ago that NBA and other polls were saying Charlotte's one of the worst NBA cities in the country. I'm hoping this will change things around. Okay, so let's put tonight's win, let's put it to the universe that Charlotte wins tonight. Let's talk about Detroit. Talk about the road that happens if and when we make the playoffs. What does that look like?
Well, it's going to be tough. And Detroit's the matchup that has been their problem this year in more ways than one. We go back to that fight, but we also go back to the game a couple weeks ago where Charlotte just got outplayed down the stretch. Detroit is a matchup nightmare for Charlotte. Charlotte can play with just about anybody in the NBA until they get to a team with a competent center, competent big man that can score inside. And Detroit's got that. And when you're putting, Moussa Diabate, who's 6'10", up against these 7-footers, that's a tough matchup. And so, again, Charlotte's, if they win tonight, they're going to get Detroit, but they're going to have to do some major game planning and major scheming to figure out how to get around Detroit's bigs, how to score on them, how to stop them from scoring. It is by no means going to be an easy road ahead.
Okay, but we're going to focus on just tonight first. Mikey, all right, so as we always like to ask you, score prediction.
Oh, goodness. I do. You know what? I'm feeling good tonight. I'm going to manifest this into the world. I say Charlotte wins 193.
Okay.
Okay. I like the triple digits, as long as we're in the triple digits. So that
That's right.
sounds good.
That's right.
Mike, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. I'm glad we're talking hoops this time around. Can't wait to talk next week when we actually make it to the playoffs. So that's going to be great. Michael, have a good weekend, buddy. Thank you, sir.
Talk to you later.
Oh, man. If you're some of the lucky few to get to go down to Orlando,
Yeah.
good for you. Otherwise, we have Florida-type weather
We do
going
without-
on here. Yeah, for
Like no
outdoor
humidity?
watch parties or something.
What about
yeah?
the humidity, though, Ted? Not as humid, right?
Not as humid.
Okay, yeah.
That's
thank
the good news. When you're looking at 50s, below 55 degrees, it's not that muggy out. Once you get to 60s, it starts getting a little sticky. So we're happy to have those 50-degree dew points. Winds are coming out of the west at 3 miles per hour, and we will have that Florida-like heat heading into the afternoon, mid-60s on tap heading out the door. More in the way of the mid-60s to low 60s, Morganton into the I-40 corridor, mid to upper 50s, mountain counties. We can touch 90 degrees south and east of Uptown, upper 80s around Charlotte, mid-70s, Boone and Jefferson. Zooming out, here's your proof in the pudding. We're looking at upper 80s for Charlotte, just 2 degrees off of the 90s that we'll see in Florida. So you get that Orlando feel without the Orlando feel, if you know what I mean. In terms of the cooler conditions, that's impacting the northwest. That's going to pull further south from that dip in the jet stream, giving us below normal temperatures from Texas all the way through New Mexico. Not necessarily being cold, but just below what we typically expect this time of year. Eastern United States will be above what we expect this time of year even further. This is where the heat settles in. Will be near 90 degrees for Saturday. Same goes through parts of the Northeast as moisture increases second half of the weekend heading into your Sunday ahead of an approaching cold front, which will bring us a cool down heading into the weekend. So taking a look, winds out of the west will give us a slight increased risk for fire danger. That plays into your burn ban for North and South Carolina. I expect partly cloudy skies to linger through most of today, clear overnight into Saturday. We'll start to warm up with a little bit of the cloudy skies rolling in, showers to our north coming into play though on Sunday as the cooler temperatures bring in those pop-up showers for the end of the weekend heading into early next week. I'm looking at maybe 1/100 of an inch to 1/10 of an inch at best. Overnight lows bottom out in the low 60s, mid to upper 50s in our mountain counties. We'll have more in the low 70s Sunday into your Monday. 80s return through the mid portions of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Every lap hits different at Kansas Speedway as NASCAR heads to KCK this weekend. Intense racing gets underway tomorrow with the Tide Kansas Lottery 300 truck race. And you can't forget about the main event, the Advent Health 400 Cup race. That kicks off Sunday afternoon. Plus, there's a hurricane coming through and it's heading right for Kansas. Look who's in Garage Confidential this week. Driver of the number 77 for Spire Motorsports, the always controversial, always ready Carson Hocevar. We'll talk about his recent string of successes and if he cares about what anyone else thinks of him. Carson Hocevar this week on Around the Track. Heading to a quick break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. A live look over the Speedway for the Advent Health 400.
It is officially strawberry season in the Carolinas. Family favorite Kerrigan Farms up in Mooresville is opening up their patches starting today. All you have to do is show up, grab a basket, and start picking. Farm owners say despite a frost back on April the 9th, the 2026 strawberry season is looking phenomenal. The farm is open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Prices start around $8 a person for different container sizes. And listen, once Ted Phaeton knows that they are open, the strawberries will be gone in about 2 days. So I recommend getting there before Ted does if you want strawberries this season. He's already tapping his foot like a rabbit. Get up there for strawberry season. Hey, don't go anywhere though until we're done. We got another hour starting right now on Queen City News.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 9 o'clock on this Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome into our final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador is off. Ted is just excited it's Friday, and we just had that story about strawberries.
Oh, man.
Kerrigan Farms is so fun. I know that's a Ted Payton favorite, but our temperature, is it going to be too hot this weekend to go out there? Because there's not really that much shade.
Yeah, not too much shade. It will be hot. If you're going to be out there, wear the sunscreen.
Yeah.
Of course, have a way to stay cool. Maybe avoid the peak heating hours of the day. Luckily, usually the peak heating hours of the day, it's closer to that 4 or 5 o'clock hour. So you can still have a good start morning and early
I'd rather
afternoon.
now than June.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this time, by the time we get to June, we're going to be going, remember how nice it was mid-April?
Yeah. So here's the thing. Today we have the heat, not necessarily the humidity. That's what comes through in June and July that really ramps up, which would help to alleviate some of the increased fire danger that we have across the Carolinas, because it is dry out there as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. So keep that in mind. Burn ban still in effect for North and South Carolina. Charlotte Motor Speedway, nice and sunny. Certainly not the speedway here on I-85. We have too many cars out there, and plus there's a speed limit. You need to adhere to that as well. Low 70s already ramping up with calm winds heading out the door. 2 degrees warmer for Charlotte, 2 degrees cooler Wadesboro. Not too far off for Boone and Jefferson. We're going to do it again, ramping up into the upper 80s here through the peak heating hours of the day. So warm to start now. Low 70s, Rock Hill into Charlotte, mid to upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson. Day planner hosts plenty of sunshine with partly cloudy skies. Highs peak in the upper 80s near 90 degrees as we hold on to those winds out of the west, anywhere from 5 to 8 miles per hour. So mix of sun and clouds for today. Our backyard grilling forecast keeps that heat coming, even though we drop down into the mid 80s only at 7 p.m. So we hold on to that warmth for a little while. Overnight lows will be in the 60s heading into your early morning on Saturday. We have a tale of two cities coming up Saturday. That's going to go for the weekend, going from the 90s to the 70s. I'll break down more of that overall weekend forecast here, coming up with another check here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. In response to the drought conditions we're seeing, Charlotte water officials are asking customers to limit outdoor water use to just 2 days a week and avoid using it during the warmest times of the day. The U.S. Department of Agriculture is approving a federal disaster declaration for 82 North Carolina counties. And while the counties impacted isn't really clear right now, those who have suffered any damage because of the dry conditions can file for federal aid. Let's get one last check of the roadways. Jason?
Let's do it, Annie. Thank you very much. Grateful for a lighter than normal Friday, which is always a treat around here. Yeah, a couple of incidents still on the board now that we're on the backside of official rush hour. All of these are on secondary roads, not causing any major delays, which is really, really nice. Just north of the city, 77 north and south traffic, as you see LaSalle Street going across. Great looking shot of the Queen City skyline just over the horizon at the top of the screen. A little south of the city, got a little bit of a slowdown, a little backup. This is 77 north of Clanton Road this morning, but at least all 3-4 lanes, they're moving just around 20 or 30 miles an hour right now. Here's your drive times if you're coming in from Gaston County, around half an hour. That's typical. Coming down from Lake Norman and up from Rock Hill, you guys are in the green, looking really good. Coming down from Cabarrus County, Kannapolis, Concord, this is right near the Concord Mills Mall. Exit on 85 north and south, all 10 lanes across, looking good. East side of the city, let's stay over there. Here's inbound Independence. We like it. Here are those drive times. Coming in from Albemarle, up 74 from Monroe. You guys are great. Under 40 minutes is always a treat. And then finally, if you're headed to the airport to go somewhere this weekend or picking up friends or family, here are your drive times to get to Charlotte Douglas. Keep your speed in check. Don't forget, April is still Distracted Driver Awareness Month. So especially for those teen drivers, make sure those phones are put away till you get to where you're going safely.
All right, well, we're learning more about an early morning shooting out of North Charlotte. Medic and Charlotte police responded to Chalkstone Road just off of Reams Road near I-77. Medic says one person on scene refused medical treatment. All other details, though, are still limited. We'll keep you updated on our website, qcnews.com. Breaking just within the past couple of minutes, an Amber Alert for a missing teen out of Morehead City has been canceled. Details are still limited. Authorities say that they have identified and located the accused abductor, as well as the vehicle the two were in. Those are the only details we have right now. We'll keep you updated as soon as we learn more. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officials say the Queen City's crime rate fell by 23% during the first 3 months of the year. That's compared to January through March of last year. Officials saw a 23% drop in property crimes and an 18% reduction in violent crimes. But police have investigated more homicides over the first 3 months of the year compared to 2025. There have been 22 cases this year, while there were 16 over the same period last year. However, department leaders say focusing on high-density areas like Uptown and South End is leading to lower crime rates.
These improvements directly reflect our strategic decision last year to realign resources, refine deployment, and strengthen proactive policing models in high-demand areas.
CMPD is also working more frequently with the Charlotte area transit system. Officials say through the year's first quarter, off-duty officers have averaged 1,400 hours per week patrolling CATS properties and routes. They say transit-related crime is down 69% since the beginning of last year.
Newly released video shows what investigators say was a close call between an American Airlines jet and an airport ground vehicle at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Take a look at this video here. You can see American Airlines Flight 1197 begin to inch forward right there at the center of the screen when two airport vehicles cross right in front of it. The jet jerks back and forth when the pilot hits the brakes. This happened around 7:30 Wednesday morning. You can hear the concern in the pilot's voice when he reports to air traffic control.
Hey, ramp, American 1197. American 1197, yes, sir. Okay, that white and black truck, they just went right in front of us. We nearly hit them. I had to slam on the brakes. We had our taxi light on. We started moving. They need to be. Someone's got to be doing something right away. That was really bad. Okay, I'll run the camera back. Which way was he heading, north or south? He was heading, heading south, right to left. It was a white and black pickup truck? White and black. I think it was opposite. Yeah, that was really bad. Okay, I see him. The ops vehicle. I got him now.
Thankfully, it wasn't much worse than this. There was no collision between those vehicles. No one was hurt. Airline executives say the FAA requires all ground vehicles to yield to taxiing aircraft. They also applaud the pilot's quick reaction to avoid a collision. Well, the Hornets have the longest current playoff drought in the NBA, but that could change tonight.
It certainly can. The Orlando Magic is all that stands between Charlotte and the final spot in the playoffs.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live in South End this morning, outside where the official watch party will be tonight. You probably have the best place in line this early this morning, Savannah.
Certainly the first in line, Jason, absolutely. I mean, we're less than 10 hours away now from tip-off, but fans are keeping it in check, I would say. We don't have South End necessarily buzzing for Buzz City right now, but we know that this will be a much different story come later today. Now, if the first play-in game on Tuesday was any indication about how much fan buy-in that we're seeing, we know that watch parties all across the Carolinas, including the one here at Slate, is going to be big. Now, again, that energy that we saw from game one is something that the Hive said was something very impactful on that game. Again, this is a team that started out, if you'll remember, 4-14 to start the season off. So the energy both on the bench and from all those sitting behind it has just been building up to this point. Now, tonight is not going to be the first time that they take on the Magic this season. Hornets came out on top in 3 of their 4 meetings already, but the winner of this one enters the playoffs as an 8 seed. They'll start a 7-game series with the Pistons on Sunday. Hornets head coach Charles Lee says team execution hasn't been perfect, but the drive is there.
Definitely. It just shows the character of the team. I think at the end of the day, execution is not always going to be perfect, but I think that these guys find a way to stick with it and not give in to sometimes when things aren't going well or not going your way. I think that's where I've seen the most growth and maturity from our group is just finding a way to respond.
The Hornets official watch party is tonight at Slate. Now, this South End bar sits just off of Bland Street, steps away from the Bland Street light rail stop, which you may have been hearing this morning here in the sounds behind us. The party starts just 30 minutes before tip-off, so that'll be at 7 o'clock when that party gets started. You'll have Hugo the Hornet himself, as well as other members of the Hive entertainment team, giving out some prizes, conducting all sorts of giveaways. Again, Slate at 7 o'clock for the official party, but we know there are several other tailgates, if if you will, planned all around the Carolinas. Now, people want to use today as an opportunity to maybe show off some of their teal and purple pride. Hornets organization leaders are encouraging people to wear some of their best. I want to bring in our model here, photojournalist Trevor Beck, showing off the Protect the Hive gear. Now, this is the kind of stuff, the postseason motto, Protect the Hive, that you can get at the team store today. Thank you, Trevor. They say that in order to help people get a little bit more of that merch if they're wanting, they're going to open up that team store from 11 to 6, both today and tomorrow. Reporting live in South End, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
And certainly want to make sure you have those T-shirts, because anything more than that might be a little too hot through the peak heating hours of the day. Lots of sunshine on the way as we ramp up into what will be upper 80s, near 90 degrees, seeing clear conditions with low pressure system crossing into the Midwest. Above normal temperatures impacting your afternoon, while we have the cooler conditions out towards the Northwest. That's going to play into your Saturday, but as of right now, finishing off the work week with well above normal conditions from the Ohio Valley region, stretching down into the Carolinas and through the Northeast. We'll have a couple days of that heat. Even Saturday starts off with an afternoon high of 90 degrees. Water vapor satellite imagery showing that limited amount of moisture in the atmosphere here for today. I'm looking at severe and extreme drought level 3 and 4 out of 5 playing into the peak heating hours of the day. So radar is clear, not seeing too much activity, and the next 7 days don't see much in the way of rainfall as well. I'll break down more of your forecast here with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes.
All right, Ted, thank you. The Crown is on the road after a success earlier in the week. We're checking in with the local Charlotte FC experts on how the team is getting ready for their trip up north in about 30 minutes. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
North Carolina's governor says that teachers in the Tar Heel State need a pay raise. Without it, the governor says educators will keep streaming into neighboring states like South Carolina. But as chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, a raise can't happen until state lawmakers agree on a budget.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein meeting with educators in Davidson Thursday morning to get their thoughts on how the state pays its teachers.
With the price of gas going up $1, within the past couple months, and our salary hasn't gone up $1. because of the budget not passing. Everyone has families. It's challenging to take care of our families. A lot of teachers have other part-time jobs.
With a starting salary of $41,000, Stein says North Carolina ranks 43rd in the country for teacher compensation.
Absolutely unacceptable. We must do better. I have a budget that would make starting teacher pay the highest in the Southeast.
But teacher pay cannot be touched until lawmakers in Raleigh pass a budget, and the House and Senate remain in a stalemate over how much more the state can actually afford to pay.
One more quick question on teacher pay. Is there a minimum, a lowest level that the state needs to see to make it more competitive with neighboring states?
Well, we need to be more than neighboring states. A good friend of ours, a kid graduated from Appalachian State 2 years ago to be a teacher, wanted to teach in North Carolina, is now teaching in South Carolina.
And lawmakers are set to return to Raleigh to resume those budget talks next week on Tuesday. Reporting in Davidson, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
It is 9:16 right now. Taking on work outside of your 9 to 5, it may sound exhausting, but the truth is more and more Americans are doing it in order to afford life.
That's right, from selling your art to influencing and even playing an extra in a movie. I should be an extra in a movie. I can't speak. Side hustles are becoming a growing norm in today's society. So let's bring in Chief Business Correspondent Taylor Young, also the host of Side Hustle, our original streaming program that is on Queen City News Plus. So Taylor, every week you sit down with someone new who has an interesting side hustle. Who are you talking to this time?
Yeah, so I think what's interesting about this week's guest is many times I have to go searching for the people doing these side hustles, but this one came right to me. I was scrolling on social media and a local Charlotte artist popped up and she was essentially launching her side hustle in real time. So she wasn't sure what the response was going to be, but she ended up getting a lot of traction, and a lot of people DMing her, and one of those DMs was actually from me. So this is Becca Hartung. She's an App State graduate and local Charlotte artist who in her downtime makes funny doodles of her friends and family. Sometimes she gives them as birthday gifts or as a fun thing to do during Valentine's Day parties. So now, as you can see, she's not a realistic artist. These are caricatures that she draws with markers. They take between 5 to 10 minutes to draw, but people love them. So after a year or so of perfecting her craft, getting the timing down, she decided to put it out there and see if she could turn this into a successful side hustle.
So you posted a TikTok kind of saying, hey, I'm a live doodle artist. Yeah. If you want me at an event, what got you to that point where you were like, hey, maybe I should put this on social media to see what people think?
Yeah. So I hadn't actually done it live yet, but I was like, I'm going to call myself a live doodle artist, and that's my manifestation. And if you claim that you are it, then people will believe.
Then you are.
So yeah, I've posted TikToks like here and there, nothing crazy, mainly just like my crafts and hobbies that I do. And then I was like, this works for a lot of people. Like TikTok really gets the word out there and spreads fast. I was like, whatever, I'll make a video. If it gets traction, it gets traction. If it doesn't, no harm done, like whatever. And then it got a lot more likes and comments than I've ever gotten before.
Yeah, a whole lot of traction. So far, Becca has been booked for birthday parties, pop-ups, farmers market. She's even gotten some inquiries for weddings. So when it comes to price, she charges only $5 for individual portraits. She says her goal is to keep the price low because she believes art should be affordable. And guys, I could not have a live doodle artist on the show without having her make one of me. So this is what she did. Oh, that's awesome.
That is so great.
It's really cute. I have really big eyes and I'm holding, I know you can't really see, it's a little
microphone.
Small, a little microphone.
Which
I think is perfect.
You need to frame that, put it on your desk.
That's
perfect. I love it. It's creative and different, but I can definitely see people doing that for weddings. They have live venue painters, but to have just your guests come up, and that's a fun.
And I mean, I will keep this forever.
Exactly.
I'm probably gonna frame it.
I would, yeah, I totally would.
And there's a story with it,
right?
You can tell everyone.
But I think the moral of the story here is how powerful social media is. I mean, all it took was for her to just post, "Hey, I'm a live doodle artist." you got my attention.
Yeah.
So if you have a craft.
Well, I was going to say for anyone, I tell my daughters all the time, not everyone can become TikTok famous,
Right.
but find what you like to do,
Yeah.
find a niche, which for her, it could be this.
And
then
now
just
she's
be
booked
really
and
good at
busy.
it. Yeah, good for her.
That's awesome.
I love those pictures. Maybe one day she can make a morning show drawing of
Ooh.
us sitting at the desk with the big eyes. I love it.
Yeah,
That's so
that'll
fun.
be perfect.
Thank you.
I'll commission it. We'll
That's
chip
it.
in.
I did want to mention right now that is streaming on Queen City
today.
News Plus. You can download that now, or on our YouTube page, you can catch the Side Hustle. Thank you so much, Taylor. All right, Ted. I can see you being in one of those pictures.
I was just going to say, in case you're watching, do me next. Winds are calm this morning, 71 degrees, heading out and about, mostly sunny skies. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace right now here on Independence Boulevard, and we are looking at what will be a very warm, dare I say hot afternoon, getting into the upper 80s. 70 degrees Charlotte, upper 60s Monroe. We're in the upper 50s to low 60s Boone and Jefferson, near 90 degrees, peak heating hours of the day for today, with those 70s on tap, Boone and Jefferson. So our afternoon highs will be cool across the northwest. We're talking 50s to even 30s for Bozeman, Montana. We'll be in the upper 80s from the Gulf states all the way up through the mid-Atlantic. But Saturday brings more of the below normal temperatures down towards Texas. Not necessarily cold, but just below normal for this time of year, above normal through the East Coast. The heat that we feel will mainly focus towards the mid-Atlantic up through the Northeast. I'm talking 90 degrees on Saturday before Sunday brings in more of the rain chances. That moisture picks up for the Carolinas. Clouds and radar not showing too much activity. We will be mostly dry with just a few limited clouds overhead. Winds out of the west plays into the increased fire danger, but still very light winds today. Not looking at a breezy afternoon. Our fire risk still stays high, though, with the burn ban in effect for North and South Carolina. Partly cloudy skies for today. We'll hold on to more of that sunshine for Saturday at morning. By the afternoon, clouds will build. Low-end rain chances in our mountain counties Saturday evening, and then Sunday brings in some spotty showers moving through, heading into your afternoon. So we'll transition into the cooler side. Only 1/100 of an inch, maybe 1/10 of an inch of rain when everything's said and done. Overnight lows bottom out in low 60s, mid to upper 50s. Again, aiming for what will be those 90s on Saturday. Low 70s, rebound back into the 80s Tuesday into Wednesday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Dry conditions across the country, especially in the Carolinas, have experts concerned about the threat of wildfires. Researchers looking to stop those fires are also looking for ways to make sure everyone gets out of harm's way. Professors at Clemson University are testing AI-powered autonomous drones to improve wildfire detection and response. Experts argue, in most cases, fires are usually found once damage has already been done. The drones could help detect what causes fires to spark in the first place.
So these drones and AI systems, they're not going to obviously replace our firefighters and first responders, but they're going to make their job easier and safer. So if they are like blindly going to an area without having access to aircrafts that are expensive and not always available, and somebody needs to pilot that aircraft anyway. So if it's night, or if you are in a state like South Carolina that traditionally they don't have like helicopters or aircrafts on hand, you don't have that type of observation. So it's all whatever the first responders and firefighters see when they operate in the field. But when you have these drones, they can have observations of acres away.
And these drones can help firefighters by monitoring burned areas and measuring temperatures with thermal imaging, reducing the need for manual labor.
You're looking live over New York City this morning. Hey, the day turned out to be a pretty good one after our cloudy start. We'll have a check of your Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King is up next in about 3 minutes. All right, it is 9:30 here on our Friday. We are this much closer to the weekend. We appreciate you being here with us.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday, everyone. Julian's on assignment. He'll be back with us on Monday. Ted is with us as well.
What day was it?
What did I say?
Today?
Oh,
Fry.
Fry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make
Emphasis on we're not going to fry today.
No.
That's later for the summer. Let's save that for the summer.
Yeah, it's going to be a dry heat. So we're
Okay.
going to be able to stay cool here as we get into the peak heating hours of the day. At least take some breaks inside if it gets a little too hot, but just upper 80s, not necessarily crossing that 90-degree mark. As we take a look from our Arlington cameras, some thin clouds overhead. I think we'll have a mix of sun and clouds for most of today before we ramp up into what will be more in the way of the upper 80s later on today. Right now, winds are calm. Temperatures are in the low 70s. Dew points at about 53 degrees, so nowhere near the temperatures as we continue to warm up. Anywhere from a 2 to 3 degree difference on the warmer side. Slightly cooler Boone and Jefferson, so we are holding on to those cooler temperatures. Upper 60s, low 70s around the Queen City. We're in the upper 50s to near 60 degrees. That warm up will be felt with 70s by your late morning hours. I'm looking at upper 80s, almost 90 degrees, but not quite reaching it, with winds light out of the west, anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. Backyard grilling forecast still holds on to those upper 80s through your dinner time. We'll drop down into the 60s overnight into your early morning hours with above normal temperatures sticking around before we get back into the low 70s second half of the weekend, and your pollen count stays high through the weekend as well. I'll break down more of our setup heading into your Saturday and Sunday coming up in the next 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. The USDA has named 82 counties in North Carolina as disaster areas because of the drought that we are seeing. Governor Stein announced the new designation, but didn't specify which counties that applies to. All of North Carolina is under some degree of drought. Farmers in those 82 counties can now apply for emergency loan assistance and other disaster relief programs. You can learn more about that by visiting farmers.gov. Now, this unusual stretch of heat could drive up power bills come May. The Duke Energy spokesperson says air conditioning is a big factor in summer energy use. One hot day usually isn't a problem, but with all these days stacking up, prices also start to go up. Officials say there are payment plans for anyone struggling with their higher than expected bills.
Mortgage rates have slipped as the Iran war settles down.
And stocks look to close out the week strong. Jane King joins us live from the New York Stock Exchange. And Jane, some really big news within just the last couple of minutes about the Strait of Hormuz. What can you tell us?
Right. So Iran has said that the Strait of Hormuz is open for all commercial traffic as long as the Lebanon-Israeli ceasefire is in place. So we're seeing a huge reaction in the market. Let's start with stocks. The Dow is up 600 points right off the bat here this morning. So in the green across the board, and oil is plummeting. Oil down to $84 a barrel. So just a couple of weeks ago, we were like 117. So we've really collapse there. And some particular sectors that are really dependent on oil, like airlines, are doing really well this morning also.
Jane, that is some good news on this Friday. Some more good news. Mortgage rates have fallen to a 6-week low.
Right, and we could see those interest rates go down even further because they were climbing in response to the war. So the average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage fell 7 basis points to 6.3% this week. That's according to Freddie Mac. Rates are lower than a year ago when they were 6.8%.
And I want to talk, Jane, a lot of people for the weekend might be looking for a nice glass of red, cool glass of white wine this weekend, but apparently the industry not doing so well.
Well, a Napa Valley giant is kind of a doomsday warning about the wine industry. Constellation Brands, one of the biggest alcoholic beverage companies, they own Robert Mondavi and others, expect the high-end wine market in particular to continue to decline. The wine industry has been in an economic downturn as younger people turn to other drinks and just forego alcohol altogether.
Interesting. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We will see you on Monday, dark and early.
Have a good weekend.
You as well. All right, coming up on 9:34, President Trump is in Las Vegas, where he hosted an event last night to promote his economic policies.
It comes amid a rise in gas prices due to the war with Iran. News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow has a recap.
The president mostly talked about his tax policies, especially no tax on tips, but he did also briefly acknowledge the increased energy costs and fluctuating oil prices we've been seeing recently. Keep in mind, the president is making his pitch to voters as the midterm elections loom later this year.
This is the birthplace of a little idea known as no tax on tips. This is the birthplace.
Speaking at a roundtable with workers in Las Vegas, President Trump touted his tax policy.
Here in Las Vegas, many workers have reported refunds of $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 or more.
The president argued his policies are working to reduce inflation, as he and members of his administration have sought to offer reassurances that energy costs will come down once the Iran war ends.
Don't forget, we're having some fake inflation because of the fuel, the energy prices. Let's see what happens over the next week or so.
But Democrats see it differently.
$4 gas is not going to go away even if the president declares victory tomorrow.
With the midterm elections looming and control of Congress at stake, Democrats have also focused their messaging on the economy.
Gas prices out of control, housing costs out of control, health insurance premiums out of control.
Many Republicans on Capitol Hill say they also want to see gas prices come down, but argue their economic record is stronger than Democrats.
Because of the crazy economic policies of the Biden administration. We're paying for that like right now. Once this war is over, we'll start seeing an easing of energy prices.
The president is also traveling to Phoenix, where he'll speak at a Turning Point USA event. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
We're learning more about an early morning shooting out of North Charlotte. Medic and Charlotte police responded to Chalkstone Road just off of Reams Road near I-77. Medic says one person refused medical treatment on scene. All other details right now are limited. We'll keep you updated throughout the day on air here and on our website, qcnews.com. An Amber Alert for a missing teen out of Morehead City has been canceled. Local police say the victim has been found safe and is in their custody. Details are limited, though, about a suspect. Authorities say they have his location and identity. We'll keep you updated as soon as we learn more about that case.
A South Carolina lawmaker is trying to keep Flint Hill Elementary students from doing virtual classes on Saturdays. This is all to make up lost time because of leaks at the Silfab solar facility. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell takes a look at the proposal and the district's response.
I'm sorry that they were unfortunately put in this situation. It's the unfortunate gift that keeps on giving.
To keep Flint Hill Elementary students from having to do virtual learning on back-to-back Saturdays later this month, York County State Representative David Martin says he's filed a joint resolution in the South Carolina State House. It would allow the Fort Mill School Board to waive those 2 days students missed back in March when their school was evacuated because of leaks at the nearby Silfab solar plant.
So we're going to vote on it first thing on Tuesday. To be honest, I don't know if I can get it past the House, the Senate, and to the governor by that first Saturday, but going to do my best to see how fast we can get it moved.
Flint Hill parent Amy Myers is hoping that can happen quickly.
Saturday is a sacred family time. My kids have sports, they have other obligations, and I just don't think it's fair.
As of now, the plan approved by the board is for students to do virtual learning on April 25th and May 2nd to make up for their lost days. Myers hasn't decided if her kindergartner will be logged in those Saturdays.
Why should he have to sacrifice, and why should all the kids at Flint Hill have to sacrifice their family and friend time and their rest?
Fort Mill school officials tell us they understand the frustration from families. They call this situation extraordinary, and if there were better options, they'd use them.
If you don't have 180 days accounted for students, that could put the academic year in jeopardy of counting for those students.
Burke tells us district leaders appreciate Martin's efforts in Columbia and hope that it can all get worked out before next weekend.
We want to weigh that need for the instruction with the disruption to our families and our community.
Is there going to be another leak, which leads to closing down the school, which leads to missing the school day and then having to do another Saturday? It just seems like there's no end in sight.
In Fort Mill, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Representative Martin tells us that his proposed bill would allow South Carolina counties to strip the permits from any company who is not operating as they're zoned, which targets Silfab Solar. It is still pending at a House committee.
North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson is defending how his office investigates and cracks down on Medicaid fraud and abuse. As Dina Harley reports, his testimony comes as state lawmakers are debating health care funding.
Our goal is simple: a well-defined, well-managed Medicaid program that serves those who truly need care and spends wisely enough to be sustainable.
3 hours of testimony inside of the General Assembly on Thursday as lawmakers grill Attorney General Jeff Jackson and Dr. Dev Sangvi with the Department of Health and Human Services on Medicaid fraud and abuse.
We have zero interest in wasting taxpayer dollar.
Whether it's state dollar or federal dollar, we want to make sure we're getting maximum value for that dollar.
As lawmakers approach their short session and consider how much funding to set aside for the Medicaid rebase, they're questioning how fraud and abuse are investigated and prosecuted.
We must ask, how many millions are being lost to waste, fraud, or abuse before a single case is opened?
Dr. Sangvi testified to how the Medicaid system works when someone is accused of fraud or abuse.
2025, we referred 126 cases to the AG's office.
For enforcement?
For review.
Saying they're often still technically in the system while they're investigated. Attorney General Jackson testified how his office also investigates reports and what punishments are on the table. He said one of the biggest challenges is some cases getting moved to federal court, which can delay results.
There are real penalties under federal law for this. And frankly, under state law, there are not. I'm not sure the rationale for that, but I talked to my team about it, and they weren't sure either. And if they don't know, and to your point, Representative, they're the national leaders, that tells me there probably is not a good reason.
He also assured lawmakers that his office wants to fully cooperate with any oversight.
Every dollar misused is a dollar not spent on a child with autism, a senior needing care, or a patient waiting for treatment.
We welcome the oversight. I think this is really healthy. I brought my son, he's in 5th grade, because he's learning about checks and balances. And I told him about this, and he asked if he could come. We are not only in the business of delivering accountability, we are in the business of subjecting ourselves to it.
That was Dina Harley reporting. Some Democrats say when the General Assembly's short session begins, a budget and Medicaid funding should be at the very top of their priorities list. Right now, lawmakers will convene next week, but there are no votes on bills on their calendar. Still ahead tonight might be all about the Hive, but soccer fans have something to look forward to too. That's tomorrow. We're checking in with play-by-play commentator for Charlotte FC, Anna Whitty, about the Crown and how they're getting ready for their big trip up north. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
The Crown dominated in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup on Wednesday in round 32. They overtook USL League's Charlotte Independence here, a local match here, 6-0. That was huge. So now they're going to move on to round 16 and host a very familiar opponent just down I-85, Atlanta United. That's going to be at the Sportsplex in Matthews coming up April 28th. Before that, though, the team making a trip up north, going up to the Big Apple to face off against NYCFC in a regular season matchup.
All right, Charlotte FC play-by-play commentator Anna Whitty joining us once again. Thank you so much for coming. We're heading up north, right? And this is a team that we've kind of had a bit of a history and not all of it's good, right?
Right. NYCFC is a team that ended the season for Charlotte FC last year. They went to a 3-game series against NYC, and it was that final game where NYC moved forward and pushed Charlotte FC. However, both teams are now 4th in the Eastern Conference, so there is a lot of opportunity here for Charlotte to go on the road, the first game out of 4 matches on the road, and really solidify some of the things that have worked really well, which to me is defensively. They've figured out some of the rhythm that they needed to fix defensively at home these last few games, and now it's about scoring some of their opportunities they've created for themselves.
All right, so let's talk about some of those scoring, the offensive opportunities. This is what's exciting. So 4 of the last 5 games for Charlotte, we have scored at least 3 goals. All right, so that's exciting. Yeah. Now, for NYC, 3 of the last 5 games, they've scored at least 3 goals. There's a lot of similarities between these two teams. We're going to be on their home turf.
Right.
So what little bit extra do we need to bring to the pitch Saturday to be able to come home with a win?
There has to be this extra level of aggression and wanting and willingness to be in those dangerous spots. For me, I'm looking for forward Edon Toklamati to be a little bit more threatening when it comes to him inside of the 18 and really inside of the 6. That's what made Toklamati so good last season, was he was just so dangerous in the air. He always was in good spots, but now his number is circled and teams know what Toklamati is capable of. Also, this NYCFC team, they play on a smaller pitch. They play at Citi Field, which we all know is a MLS baseball field. So it's going to be tighter. It's going to be more compact. Charlotte's going to have to find ways to be more dangerous with 1-2 touches and over-the-top balls that aren't too dramatic over the top. NYCFC, it's obviously their home field. They know how to play on this kind of turf. So that'll be a huge challenge for Charlotte and one they struggled with last year.
What's the weak spot for our team that New York could potentially exploit here?
One big area where Charlotte is really continuing to work is just finding the depth pieces who can come on and continue to contribute to what has made Charlotte good these last couple of seasons. And one area that Nashville really exploited Charlotte last week was the midfield. And they did a really good job of pinging balls around, making it difficult for Charlotte to slow them down, and Nashville was able to get out that way. So if Charlotte can kind of shore things up in the central channels, find ways to get midfielder Pep Biel on the ball and a bit more comfortable in goal scoring opportunities where Biel's been able to do this season, they're going to have some success Saturday night.
All right, so we're rooting for Charlotte as they go to New York tomorrow night. That game, 7:30. Of course, you can watch on Apple TV if you are a subscriber there. So 3 of the next matches are away, Anna. But then come May, you guys are calling this Match Mayhem in May. There's 4 home matches in a row. So if we can just get through the next 3, let's just go for all 3 wins in a row.
Of course.
May's going to be crazy if you haven't had a chance to go to a game yet this season.
May is going to be amazing. The weather is going to be amazing.
Yep.
Bank of America is going to be rocking. And Charlotte FC is going to be coming off of 4 road wins.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, true.
We want to be at the bank, right, for these games. And I think for Charlotte, too, there's a lot of names that are returning from last year. There's a lot of familiar faces, which is fun to be able to cheer on some of these players that you fell in love with last season. And a big thing for the game tomorrow, forward Wilfred Zaha will be back in the lineup. He served his yellow card suspension. So, yeah, a lot of fun, exciting faces. You'll want to make sure you're at the bank for May, especially before the World Cup kicks off at the beginning of June.
Absolutely. Let's talk about what coach and the players are feeling momentum-wise and energy-wise compared to a past couple of seasons. Last season, wildly successful by all accounts. We still have to make it over that playoff hump, right? But what's kind of the mood at this point in the season?
Right now, I look at this MLS season as part 1 and part 2, just because the World Cup is going to take up such a big chunk of the summer. And for Charlotte, they're going to want to get results at the beginning of the season. So come the second half of the season, not that you step back, however, you know what you're doing well and you know where you need to get better. So for me, I'm looking at Charlotte more so than ever to just be better every single game and just work on the details every single game. I think for the Nashville game, Charlotte learned that they still need to find ways to be better on the ball when opponents are also really good on the ball. So that is where Charlotte needs to kind of perfect their magic against NYC. But overall, at this point of the season, 4th in the Eastern Conference.
We'll take it, right?
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah,
It's
I
been
love
fun
it.
to start.
Well, they're going to bounce back against NYC FC again tomorrow night, 7:30. It's kickoff on Apple TV if you want to watch it, and then make some time in May to watch them when they come back to the bank. Anna,
That's right.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate that. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Ted Payton. We don't have to worry about weather at the bank this weekend because you're going to be up in New York. But for those of us sticking around the Crown, what do we need to know?
Yeah, all you need to know is that we are going to continue to heat up as we head into the weekend. More in the way of the upper 80s this afternoon, more in the way of the 90s on tap heading into your Saturday. Low 70s this morning heading out the door. Winds are calm, holding off on rain chances at the very least until next week. Low dew points, so it will be hot but not terribly muggy and humid for the peak heating hours of the day. Starting off with those mid 70s now, Charlotte, Monroe, low 70s, I-40 corridor, upper 50s to low 60s heading into our mountain counties. Now, we will be ramping up to near 90 degrees peak heating hours of the day. Upper 80s, Charlotte, 90 Monroe into Wadesboro, Rockingham, Shaw. I'm looking at that heat stretching further west from Little Rock up through Chicago in the low 80s today, while we have much cooler temperatures up towards the northwest, Bozeman, Montana, Denver, Colorado, going from the low 40s, upper 30s towards Bozeman. That dip in the jet stream gives us those cooler conditions below normal temperatures, not necessarily cold by any stretch for Texas, but just below what we typically see this time of year, warming up, heading into the East Coast with the heat taking hold, giving us 90 degrees Saturday. That heat stretches up through the mid-Atlantic ahead of the moisture that moves in for Sunday to finish off your weekend. So an approaching cold front will give us the rain chances, but dry as of right now, not seeing too much activity, just a little bit of the increased fire risk. As you head into the peak heating hours of the day, light winds out of the west and dry conditions not working in our favor with the burn ban for North and South Carolina. Mostly sunny skies heading into your Saturday. Clouds will build throughout the afternoon as we usher in highs near 90 degrees, and then Sunday brings in the rain from our mountain counties into uptown. Spotty in nature. I think we'll get 1/100 of an inch before we head into early next week. Overnight lows bottom out in low 60s, mid to upper 50s. 7-day forecast will bring us those 70s through the weekend, near 80 degrees by Wednesday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Breaking news this morning, President Trump and Iran's foreign minister says that the Strait of Hormuz is now fully open to commercial vessels. In the Truth Social post, the president said Iran announced that the strait is fully open and ready for full passage. Minutes earlier, Iranian's foreign minister posted on X the passage that the strait is declared completely open in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon. He said it would stay open for the remaining period of that ceasefire. It's not immediately clear what this means for the U.S. blockade of the strait, but of course we'll stay on top of this all day and bring you updates throughout the day here on air.
Taking one last look at your pinpoint weather forecast as we sit in the upper 80s this afternoon. We'll touch 90 on Saturday before we drop down into the 70s. Sunday into early next week, looking at those 70s to even mid 80s by the time we head into the second half of next week, going below normal, right back to above normal. Just a tale of two cities heading into this weekend.
All right, Ted, it's a huge do-or-die matchup for the Hive tonight. We know this. The Charlotte Hornets will be taking on the Orlando Magic with the playoff spot on the line. Although the game is down in Orlando, Slate Charlotte in South End is hosting an official watch party starting at 7 o'clock tonight. Tip-off is 7:30. Also, our CSL crew will be getting you ready for the game tonight for a special pregame show. That is at 6:30.
Finally, a Friday night game where we can stay up late
Yes.
enough and watch. Tuesday was tough when we got to be up early on Wednesday.
A little bit of squinty eyes.
Just a little bit. So excited about that. Listen, all right, we're almost out of time, but we've got Alicia and Liza. Ladies, happy Friday.
Happy Friday! We made it. We made it. Okay, we've got good stuff happening. We have a confidence coach on. Have you guys ever been scrolling and kind of compared yourself to somebody else's life? Well, we're going to talk to a coach that shows us how to get over all of that.
That's right, and we're also taking you to Funbox, which is the largest bounce park. It's 25,000 square feet of bounce house. So adults can go, kids can go. It's good for anybody. I mean, I was jumping all around. I had the greatest time.
That sounds like so much fun.
That's what I'm talking about. And I'm guessing it's Friday. You're going to have some kind of pet on
Got
there,
our
right?
pet of the week. That's right. We've
it.
got a beautiful cat coming on who's looking for their forever home.
Who's adopting this one?
That-
You want another
no,
cat, Jason?
no,
Yes,
Julia's
we do.
not here. Not this time. Have a great weekend, everyone. Stay cool. We'll see you Monday at 4.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up today on Positively Charlotte. It's a great day to meet your new forever friends. Shelter Pet is here with our cute pet of the week. Look at Patrick.
And a familiar face to the Queen City is off on another adventure. We see what Jimmy from Love is Blind is up to next.
And we take a trip to the Fun Box Bounce Park. Look at Liza and Blossom Steam. Find out how you can become a kidult just like our Mahachek and get in on the action. Happy Friday, the hottest day of the year so far. I'm loving it. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Coral.
I'm Liza Mahachek, and we're so excited for you because we've got a little pet for you today.
We sure do, and there couldn't be a better way to start out our show than with our fur baby looking for his forever home.
So Cassandra and Karen from Shelter Pet Adoption Center are with us now, and we've got this little cutie guy. Who is he?
So this is Patrick. He is 4 years old. He is the biggest sweetheart. At the center, he's constantly purring. He's always wanting attention from everybody at the center, all the girls. So he gets a lot of love.
He loves the ladies, huh?
Oh yeah,
okay,
for sure.
You know what I love? That you brought a full adult animal, because oftentimes it's the little babies, but talk to us about how the adults need homes and love too.
Yeah, the adults acclimate the same way kittens do. You know, it takes them a little bit to adjust to a new home, but obviously when they get to a more stable home, they tend to show their personalities a little bit more. So I always tell people what they see at the shelter, take it with a grain of salt, because most of the time they end up blossoming their whole personalities once they get into a stable home. So.
Yeah. Now also, I know that it's getting to be kitten season. You guys have a ton of little kittens with you too, right?
Yes, we currently have 8 kittens with us right now.
Wow.
So all looking for their forever homes. And we actually have an adoption event that started yesterday. So
exciting.
Yep. And it's ending on Sunday, and we're doing 50% off adoption fees for all animals.
We love it. We love that. Okay, so tell us about the kittens that you have, because you said they have orange on them.
We have 2 orange kittens. We have a bunch of blacks.
6 of them are black. Yeah, 6 of them are black.
Six of them are black. But the 2 orange are just adorable. They're playing with each other when we left, and they're upside down.
They were all knocked down on their beds.
Oh my goodness. But especially for kitten season, if somebody's thinking about adopting a kitten, what's the biggest piece of advice that you have for them, especially a new pet owner who's never had a baby animal, much less an animal?
Yeah, we always tell them to make sure that they have all the supplies that they need. So making sure they have food and water bowls, making sure they're on the right food, which we typically give them the food when they adopt out anyway, so they have something to start off with. So just making sure they have all the essentials, and we always talk to them about cat behavior and cat basics as well, so that they're comfortable in that decision in adopting a new animal, especially if they haven't had one before.
Yeah.
So we do our best to counsel our adopters.
I love animals. I am allergic to cats, so I have questions. What is Patrick stomping on over there?
So this is one of our treats that we typically like to give cats to the center. It's a little churro tube. Our cats go crazy for them.
Oh my goodness.
They're just so cute. But also, if somebody can't adopt right now, you can volunteer. So Karen, can you talk to us about the volunteering process and what benefits you get from it?
Well, I love it because not only can I get to know all these wonderful animals, which we have wonderful girls to work with, and it's a win-win because you can fill up the hole in your heart for not having an animal, which I can't right now, and have these lovely little ones, and then you find a forever home for them, and you find the person a best friend.
I will say, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm so impressed with Patrick's demeanor. Like, this would be a great cat for someone.
He's already getting a lot of inquiries, so we'll see who picks him up today.
Okay. They usually don't make it out of the station.
No, seriously. So, make your calls because you got to put Patrick on hold. Right. What's his personality like? Because, of course, you said he's very calm, right?
Yes.
I would say he has a pretty good balance between being like an active cat and then being a mellow cat. So, obviously, right now he's pretty calm and mellow. I guarantee you, once we get back to the center, he'll probably be bouncing all over his car.
He acted right for TV. We appreciate that.
I have things that I play with him, and he's just darling, And then he'll settle right down, and you'll be able to pet him and scratch his little head.
Well, we've got the information up on the screen. If you guys want to come and see Patrick in person, just head on over to Shelter Pet Adoption Center.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Well, a Charlotte reality star is trying for a chance at love again on TV. Jimmy Presnell, who was on the Charlotte season of Love is Blind, is returning to Netflix. He will be in the dating competition series Perfect Match.
So the series runs for season 4 on May 13th, and he will be joined by a host of other reality stars in the series that follows contestants as they form connections with the most compatible couples, gaining power and stepping into the role of matchmaker. So he is following a couple of Love is Blind cast members who have been on this show, on Perfect Match, before. So I'm trying to remember who was her name.
There was Chelsea.
There was
from our
Chelsea,
season.
but
I've
who
never
was the
seen
other
Perfect
girl?
Match. I don't know. I've only seen Love is Blind.
Yes, but there was another girl that he was. Isn't it Jessica?
Oh, yes,
Jessica,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, her
Who's
right
on
there.
the screen right there.
Yeah.
Yes. So she was on Perfect Match, and so it's interesting that he's now going to be on it as well. But I'm intrigued to see how this turns out for him. Maybe he'll find love,
or maybe just secure the bag. I'm
That's
not. You know
true.
what? I'm not mad
And
at
you know
it.
what? Maybe
Go
that's
get your
just what
money,
he's
Jimmy.
needing.
Go get your money, honey.
All right, well, there's always something fun going on in our Queen City. So here are some ideas for your weekend plans. So starting tonight, the Carolina Barbecue Festival is kicking off at Victoria Yards, and the festival officially begins at noon tomorrow. Plus, you can go around and enjoy the artwork from Charlotte Shout afterwards, and also happening tonight, you can have a real-life night at the museum. Science on the Rocks kicks off at 6 p.m. at Discovery Place, and their theme for this month is Down the Rabbit Hole. And the Long Island Media is making her way to the Queen City. Teresa Caputo will be at Ovens Auditorium tomorrow at 7:30.
That's right. And also on Saturday, enjoy some delicious margaritas and great music at Queen City Margarita Fest and Day Party. It's happening at Blush CLT. It starts at 1 p.m. and it runs through 8 p.m. The Charlotte Robot Rumble is running all day Saturday, and it's free for spectators. It's happening at the Belk Gym from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And you guys can watch robots duke it out. On Sunday, our friends from Shop Local QC are hosting Just Us Girls Market. It's happening from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Norfolk Hall. It's going to be beautiful this weekend, so such a great time to get out and about in the city.
That's right, and we've got some fun sports games to watch on TV.
Yeah, we do, girl.
That's right. All right, well, Queen City News is helping to fight to the end of diabetes. This Saturday, the Step Out Walk for Diabetes event will take place at McAlpine Creek Park, and our own Brian Blakely will serve as ambassador and MC for the event. We have the details on our website for anyone interested in attending. You can scan the QR code on your screen or head on over to qcnews.com.
That's right. So, Liza, what are you doing this weekend?
Oh, that's a really good question, girl. I got to figure that out. I got to figure that out. I might be taking a trip to Chapel Hill to go see a friend's band.
Yep.
What about you?
I've got a birthday party tonight, kids tomorrow. I'm going to dinner tomorrow. I have a brunch on Sunday. One of my best friends is in town. You guys are going to meet later in the show. So we're hitting the Charlotte streets.
We're
so
hitting
if
the
you see
town.
us, say hi.
And also, let us know what you're doing this weekend and send us photos. We'd love to share them.
That's right. All right, speaking of my friend, the Confidence Queen is here. We talk with my friend and podcast partner, Val Greenberg, about how we can all keep ourselves validated.
And a cozy getaway is closer than you might think. The rental property that's making major waves online just outside of the Queen City. We'll see you right after this break.
And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte on this steamy and a beautiful Friday. We'll be right back after the short break.
Well, in this world of glossy social media posts, many people are suffering from imposter syndrome, feeling less than or like they don't belong.
Well, stop doom scrolling and listen up, because we have confidence coach and author of You've Been Validated, a playbook for confidence and connection, in the house with us. Valerie Greenberg, also one of my best friends.
I'm so excited to be here in studio with you guys. I feel like I'm a part of this family.
You are.
You are. You are. Okay, so let's get to it. Yes. How do we stop from getting sucked into comparing ourselves to other when we scroll social media?
Right. So what it really comes down to is focusing on why you're proud of yourself and stop worrying about what other people do. That sounds easy, right? But when you really hone in on where you excel and you tap people in your confidence community, like you are to me, Alicia, now like you are to me, Liza, that's how I recognize how I'm affecting you positively. And then I give myself credit for it. We need to be our own best friend, our own biggest cheerleaders, and stop looking on the outside and focus on the in.
And comparison is the thief of joy. That
Yes.
is such a
It
big
is.
thing.
And the thing is, it's so accessible. I mean, we are inundated with ways to consume media, and my favorite place is to consume it right here on Positively Charlotte. Yes, of course. But really, that's the thing. When you surround yourself with other people that want to lift you up, that's who you can take note from. That's who you can look at. That's who you can celebrate. And then that positive energy just literally it magnetizes and just becomes yours. And that's the way to win. I believe that character is currency. So when you operate from a position of being happy for others and with your heart, that is felt. So focus on that instead of looking down, because it's not good for your neck either.
You're right, girl.
It's not for your neck.
We don't need
Right?
that tech neck.
We gotta be good to ourselves.
What's the first step that people should take when they want to feel confident? Like back in the day, I used to write in lipstick little notes to myself.
Love that.
Mirror, so it'd be the first thing I saw.
So I am like a cheerleader by nature. Like I'm a natural born extrovert. So I literally go to the mirror and I say, "Go Val, you're hot." It sounds silly, you know, because I'm staying with you. But it's like, I kid you not. So you have to cheer yourself on. And the more strange it feels, because that's not, you know, everybody's nature to do that, then you're doing something right. When you're challenging yourself, when you're pushing yourself, you know, every little step, you got to give yourself credit. And those are the moments that will really help redefine your enable to grow.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me happy. So cheer yourself on. Do things, make time for the things that make you feel good. Like we have a packed day and I'm so grateful for it, everyone. But at the end of the day, like I know that fitting in that 15 minutes of a run is going to make a difference. Don't say, "Oh, it's not enough time." Like it is. Wherever you can get it, get it.
Yeah. And your book is a playbook for self-confidence. Do you have any specific quotes or thoughts in there that people shared with you that really stand out?
100%. Well, the takeaway is you always, again, have to lift yourself up. And people are going to try and get in your way, but when you can silence those voices and when you can actually become a better listener, which is somewhere that is actually not my strong suit right out the gate, it's something I have to work on. So all of those types of tactics, and also answering everyone back. I have a friend in my book who's a self-made billionaire, and he truly is one of the most generous people with his time. He tells me he answers every single person back that takes time and effort to reach out to him. So when you appreciate others that want to grow and you see them, and that's what I say to everybody that reads my book, I'm like, I will talk to you about it. I don't care if you're a stranger I met on the street. Like, this is what I'm passionate about. So I want to share that with the world. And so by being generous in that space, I think that you're just, it's love and it comes back to you.
How do you become confident but not cocky? Because we've all met cocky people.
So
where you're
true.
Like,
Yeah.
Arrogance, not fun.
Staying grounded, and we were having this conversation yesterday, Alicia, is the most important thing. So how people treat you when the cameras aren't on, I believe character is currency. So again, when you lead with heart and when you continue to surround yourself with those that will check you, that is how you can stay grounded.
That's right.
And that's what I really thrive on and I want to share with the world.
It's a confidence community.
Yeah, it is. And you're right up in there, Alicia, because the bottom line is I didn't come from, you know, what do they call it now?
Nepo baby.
No, I'm not a Nepo baby, right? But I've always believed in myself, and I truly believe that I just keep glowing. I don't stop. I don't take no for an answer. We turn nose to nods.
Nose to
here
nods.
in this book.
Valerie, thank you so much. All right, I'm feeling more confident. I'm sitting up a little straighter.
Yes.
All right, well, Concord is being recognized by Airbnb. Last week, a list of the top wish-listed rentals were dropped, and proudly representing the state of North Carolina is this beautiful treehouse property. Take a look at this. So the owners write, "Unplug and unwind in our charming treehouse glamping retreat nestled among towering pines on a peaceful 40-acre farm. The perfect blend of adventure and comfort, this unique stay is designed for couples seeking a fun, romantic escape from everyday life.
It also says if you're looking for a one-of-a-kind stay, more luxurious than camping, but cooler than a hotel, this treehouse is perfect for you. This charming one-room retreat features a cozy queen bed, mini fridge, coffee bar, and eating nook, plus a covered deck with outdoor seating and a propane grill. Heated and cooled. It's ideal escape year-round. The Cozy Nest, I love this, you guys. It's only about $200 a night, and it screams, babe, let's get away for the weekend. Liza Mahachek, would you stay here?
I would take that trip to Concord immediately.
Yes.
I mean, $200?
That's amazing.
Are you kidding me?
I know.
I think we should do this next
Done.
weekend.
Bet. Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, well, are you looking to diversify your diet? Look no further than cabbage. It's getting a lot of attention this year thanks to its long shelf life and budget-friendly price. At less than $1 per pound, green cabbage is one of the most affordable vegetables in the grocery store.
That's right, and the gut-friendly vegetable is also nutritionally impressive. It is low in calories but high in fiber and vitamin K and is loaded with antioxidants. And experts suggest adding it raw with shredded in salads, tacos, soups, and stir-fries. Fermented cabbage could also be an enjoyable snack alone. So Liza, you are a big veggie girl. How do you like your cabbage?
Honestly, I will totally eat cabbage in a salad, but also I love it in kimchi.
That's what I was gonna say.
You know, and it's great for your gut.
Yep,
like
good.
It's just good.
It's good. It's good stuff. Yep.
That's very true. All right, well, it's a great day to get up and get out. Check out this unique spot we visited to get some air and have a great time.
And here's a live look at Bank of America Stadium. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.